It is day 4 here in Rio de Janeiro for the wheelchair fencing, and today and tomorrow we have the team competitions. Today we have men's and women's Team Epee, and Heather and I are looking forward to some exciting team competition. 2 pools to be contested in the early rounds, and I'm going to let Heather explain the programme any second now. It's just about to come up, and the early pools.
Well, these are the matches that will be following the men's Team Epee Pool B. We'll see the teams of Italy, People's Republic of China and Poland. And then we'll bring you the semi-finals from both the men's and the women's.
So look, it all works just a tiny bit different, doesn't it, in the team competition?
Well, there's 3 athletes per team, so very different to the individual in that sense, but still the same weapon, the same rules. But we'll explain as we go along because it's a little easier that way. But there are 3 in each team, and every athlete has to fence the other athlete, and it's the first team to 45. Each bout that comes on goes up to the next number of 5, so to speak. So the 9 fights in total of 5 hits each. However, say the first team go on and win, say, 5 points to 3. The next 2 opponents come on after the score of 5 is reached. Now the team that's trailing 3 points could actually be the first to 10, and the score could then be 10-5, and so on. So every time a multiple of 5 is reached, the next 2 athletes come onto the piece, and they're in a set order. The team enter the order beforehand of the numbers they want that to give to each athlete. There's 2 athletes from category A, 1 from category B per team, and they all have to fence each other. So we'll see category A against category B on a couple of occasions, which will be interesting to see if that comes and shows any exciting fights, because in theory category A should be a stronger fencer than B, but that isn't necessarily always so.
So sometimes an advantage to have your stronger fencers towards the end?
Well, I mean, all the fencers will fence towards the end because it's rotating, but the final, you can obviously, by working out which number you want to put to, you might have your strongest on last, because if there's a deficit, you would hope that they could bring that back. But it depends on the scoreline. Obviously, the first to 45, and the leading team will only need to get 5 points by the time they reach the end. And if you're trailing by 20 points, that might be a tough ask.
Well, we're looking forward to some great action, and always, from my experience, team competition has something a little bit extra to it, because all the team obviously working as a team, and it's not just an individual sport, so you get a different dynamic in team competition. And there's the Italian team there. Marco Chima, Matteo Betti, Emanuele Lapatini. And as you can see, already talking tactics.
Well, the first match that we'll be watching in Pool B will be Italy and China, as you say, and then Poland also in the mix, so they will be up next after that.
This is some strong team, I was going to say. I'll let you introduce it, Heather.
The team of China, Hu Daoliang, silver medalist in the individual foil, already here at these Paralympic Games. Sun Gang, gold in the epee, bronze in the foil, and then Tian Jianquan, a bronze in the epee and the sabre. So out of the 3 athletes that the team from China have, they have 5 medals already from these Paralympic Games. That's quite incredible.
That is some team, isn't it? It really is, and they are the team to beat, and I think every team here realizes that. But sometimes, you know, I've seen the strongest teams on paper, they don't always come off best. It works slightly different.
Well, they will have to deliver on the day. They'll be up first against Italy. We can see Emanuele Lambertini taking to his chair. Made it through to the quarterfinals, but didn't progress. Finished 8th in the individual foil. See Marco made it into the semi-finals and finished 4th in his individual foil event. And Matteo Betti, the only one who actually competed in the individual epee, finished 7th in that and 6th in the foil. Now don't forget, this is the epee competition. So on paper, Italy may be stronger in the foil team. They'll have that the following day. So first to fence will be Sun Gang, the People's Republic of China, up against Manuel Lambertini from Italy. First to 5. So in that sense, the rules will be the same as they are in the individual. So if you have watched any of the previous few days, we had the epee 2 days ago, the individual epee. And we will shortly be seeing the Paralympic champion from that event. Sun Gang is in the team for China. So that's got to make them the favourites.
Just explain a little bit about the targeting for epee and how that differs from the foil.
Well, you can see the folded foil material on the floor. Now that will be fixed around the waists of the athletes very shortly once they've got their positions in the chair, the distance measured between the platform. And in epee, a hit can be scored anywhere from the waist upwards. So the arm, the wrist, the body and the mask, all on target. And we'll see shortly how the area is secluded to make sure that the chair and the legs are not part of the target area. They will be covered by the foil apron. But in epee, it's on a more straightforward and maybe slightly slower, although you won't think it when you watch it, because still wheelchair fencing is incredibly fast and quick, all about their reactions, as the distance between the two fences can only be altered by movement of the torso, of the hips. You'll see a huge amount of flexibility coming from the chairs, but there'll be a referee on either side. Those referees stood behind the fences now will be poised just behind the fences, checking that there's not too much movement, and the maximum out of the chair allowed is 1 buttock. So if more than that comes off the chair, the athlete tries to reach up, then they'll be awarded a warning first and then a red card, which equates a point to the opposition.
Just a little bit about the classification. 2 of each team have to be A classification, 1B, and the difference being Class A incorporating athletes with good balance and recovery and full trunk movement. Class B, those with poorer balance and recovery, but full use of one or both of the upper arms. And it's the first time where we'll see the A's actually competing against B classification.
It is. Well, we're starting off with 2 A fencers here. Lambertini for Italy, Sun from China. Both already competed in these games. Sun had an incredible start. Lambertini, his first ever Paralympic Games, still gaining valuable experience, and he's up against the reigning Paralympic champion from just 2 days ago in this weapon, the epee, and the bronze in the foil, Sun Gang on the left of our screens. Lambertini only competed in the foil, so first time picking up the epee in this Paralympic competition.
Yeah, tall order, isn't it, for Lambertini? But first on the piste, and you have the Paralympic champion. But there we go. It's everything to fight for and nothing to lose.
A young 17-year-old for Italy on the right, Lambertini up against Sun of China. Sun of China just finding his way, and then in, just trying to get a reaction from Lambertini. He was gently stroking the blade. And he's keeping his distance and just perfectly timed on the arm. Very neat and tidy, not making any mistakes. Sun. Well, Lambertini now just slightly aware, not wanting to close that distance too soon unless he is ready after those initial opening hits from Sun. And Sun just trying to ease Lambertini into the distance. But Lambertini has become a little more cautious after getting caught on the arm twice and those very tidy opener hits by Sun.
Yeah, the referee just adjusting the skirt there just to make sure that covers the chair.
Lambertini really acting defensively, not wanting to give any more advantage to China. Only 3 minutes allowed per 5 touches, so whatever comes first, 5 hits or 3 minutes, will signal the changeover and the next 2 fencers will come onto the piste.
So it's first to 45 for the team.
A lovely flick there by Sun on the arm. Lambertini doing his best to just stay ahead of that accurate point. And this time underneath. Sun just so accurate.
Well, as suspected, we knew that the Chinese were going to be strong. Look at the chairs there, how they're coming and travelling.
Well, 5-0 lead for the People's Republic of China. Italy with some work to do, and it's going to be Sima Marco, the Italian, who'll be on next up against Tian Jianquan. And Marco Sima will have his work cut out with a 5-0 deficit. It'll be the first to 10 in the next fight. But look at that, just disengaging underneath the arm by Sun. Really showing his class. He is the Paralympic champion, so that was going to be a tough call for the young Lambertini.
Yeah, like you say, just looking at his age now, 17 years of age, and every second out there in a Paralympic Games, great experience for him, but a tall order there against Sungang.
Well, here we have the other pools happening alongside, and the other matches in the pools as well. So 3 teams per pool. And this pool, sorry, has Italy, China, and Poland. We're following the match between China and Italy in this pool B. On the other side, sees Brazil, France, and Greece. And in the pools, it'll be the top 2 teams. So out of Italy, China, and Poland on this side, one of those teams will then have to fence off for 5th or 6th, whereas the top 2 teams will go through to the semi-finals. Up now, Tian Jianquan on the left-hand side already has 2 bronze medals from these Paralympic Games, a bronze in the epee, which we are watching now, and a bronze in the sabre. He's up against Marco Sima, the Italian who finished 4th, made it through to the semi-finals in the foil, didn't compete in the epee. So the first time at these Paralympic Games on the piste with an epee in his hand for Marco Sima.
Yeah, tall order, 5-0 down as well, and against the bronze medalists.
Well, Marco Sima will be desperate to go one better than he has earlier on in this competition. Finishing 4th in the individual foil, but also 2 4th places at the London Paralympic Games, including in the open team event. But this match right now could be a tall order. However, this is not a knockout phase yet, so if Italy don't manage to catch back up that lead that China have started to obtain, they have a chance if they can beat Poland later on. And it might be their best chance because China now leading 8 points to 0.
Yeah, we kind of suspected this might happen. There's the 9th. So 9 points up there to China, and their strength in depth starting to show.
Tian Jianquan showing his skill as the current bronze medalist from these Paralympic Games in epee. And there's the scoreline. 10-0. China lead Italy quite convincingly there. But we do just need to point out that that might have been expected in that fight because Tian Jianquan is a category A fencer and Marco Sima had his work cut out as a category B. So a little less movement from the Italian in comparison to Tian. And just making it look very easy.
Yeah, so precise there, wasn't he, Tian?
I think that was a matter of business. Get it over with. Nice and simple. The bronze medalist from category A over predominantly a foilist from category B. You wouldn't really expect any other result. So, bout 3. What can Italy do? Matteo Betti now faces Hugh Daoliang. Now this, in theory, Matteo Betti, a category A fencer, up against Hugh Daoliang, category B. So this could be the chance for Italy to at least get some points on the board. But just to give perspective, for Italy to take the lead, they now need to get 15 points. So Betti needs to get 15 victories before Hugh gets 5.
That is a tall order, isn't it? That really is a tall order, and so building up the lead, very, very important. And Hugh Daoliang, well, he has pedigree as well, my goodness.
Well, this could be, though, Italy's best chance to get back in the match because Matteo Betti, the strongest epee fencer in the Italian team, and Hugh Daoliang, on paper, the weakest of the 3 Chinese. He's category B, and he has a medal from the foil, a silver medal from the foil, just one day ago. But no medals from the epee from these Paralympic Games. So this may be the chance for Italy to start to claw back some of that deficit. And Betti starts the battle as he means to go on. 1 point on the board for the Italians. 14 more needed if they're going to take the lead. And here goes Betti on the comeback.
Well, interesting to see how it unfolds. And now Italy's chance.
However, for Italy, it's the time that will be against them. Hugh just making it a little bit harder for the Italians. Only 4 points needed by China right now to the end of this match. Italy still needing 12. You can see the clock counting down, and this is where we could see time start to feature in wheelchair fencing. Betti 3 points on the board, but almost a minute gone. He needs another 12 in the remaining 2 minutes.
I'll just explain just how it can make a difference, the difference category A against category B, just as far as the movement's concerned.
Well, we're not seeing too much movement from Betty at the moment, but he's able to move that bit quicker, extend and flex his trunk to close the distance, and a quick reaction there by Betty, making the most of that mobility, closing the distance in with his attack on the arm of Hu. Creeping ever closer. Now if Hu doesn't make it to 15 in the next minute and a half, Betty might only need to have 12 points to go into the lead for Italy. Within 4 now. This, a strong comeback from the Italian team. So a Category A fencer up against a Category B fencer. This will happen once more in the team, as Hu will have to face Emanuele Lambertini, Italy's other Category A fencer. It will depend on where this happens in the draw, because it'll give Italy another chance to make this comeback that Betty is currently managing. And look at that now, just 2 points separating. Don't forget the start of this match, of this bout, China led 10 points to 0, and now the score 11-9, 11-10.
Wow, what a great comeback here by Betty and by Italy. And it's all evens.
Simple, very straightforward there. Just a little cart beat attack from Matteo Betty. 11 all. And those last few hits, all within that minute. Oh, Hu. First hit he's had in over a minute. Feeling the pressure, as Betty has just made such inroads into the score. Double touches in épée count, so both athletes adding 1 point to their score, getting ever closer to 15 in this situation. It is the either once the clock runs out or the score reaches 15 that the changeover will happen. And now evening it up again. Matteo Betty over Yu Jiaoliang. China against Italy in Pool B of this men's Team Epee competition. Oh, what a lovely hit underneath the wrist by Hu. So tidy and accurate. Puts him just 1 point away from keeping China in the lead. And he does it. Nope, that was off target. The referee not allowing that. Didn't quite see where the points went of Hu.
Well, you can see he hasn't quite got the same reach, but manages it there, and that was still a point for Hu, and he is now 15, or China are 15-13 ahead.
Well, that was a strong comeback by Betty, getting 13 points to Hu's 5. So close to getting Italy back in front, but China still dominates at the first third of this relay. 3 bouts gone, 6 to go. And next up, we'll see Sung Gang and Mako Sima. Well, Sung Gang will have the advantage over Sima. On the left-hand side, there's Sung Gang. Now expect this to be a rather unevenly matched bout, because Sung Gang is the reigning Paralympic champion from Category A in the épée event. He is up against Marco Sima, who is predominantly a foil specialist and Category B. So I think somehow we could see the score soon stretch to 20 points to China, and it'll be impressive if Italy get many more than 13.
Yeah, certainly a tall order. Marco Sima knows that, though. But certainly that score looks a little bit more respectable now, 15-13, but with the current Paralympic champion just about to go for China. As Heather said, it's a tall order.
And Sun Straight in with the cart attack. So simple. Just really being controlled. Very relaxed. Trying a coupe on the wrist. Failed with that attack, but soon back out of distance. And so quick when he comes in on the arm. Perfect direct hit there by Sun.
Well, certainly this is where the extra reach just makes that little bit of difference, especially against the Paralympic champion. And 3 quick points there up for Sun.
I think this could be one of the quicker. This is probably the most mismatched 2 opponents from the whole team. China's #1 épée fencer from category A up against Italy's only category B fencer. We would expect Sun to easily get the points on the board, and just 1 more needed. And then that'll be the end of this bout. And so quick cut beat onto the arm. Easily done there for Sun over Marco Sima, and now Italy trailing by 7 points. Look at that, just direct, straight, timed it perfectly. Just as Sima was starting to retreat, he got in there very easily indeed.
Wow, exciting stuff in this team competition. And incredible to see the scores change and how they can pull them back. But now we've got a beat.
So about 5, it's Hyo Daoliang. We saw just maintain the lead for China early on up against Mania Lambertini. So Lambertini, category A fencer, up against Hu, a category B fencer, but Hu with the more experience of the two, having already 5 gold medals from previous Paralympic Games, including a silver in this Games in the foil, but he does have gold medals from Team Epee as well, and individual épée from 8 years ago. So even though he's a category B fencer, he has plenty of Paralympic experience. And Lambertini, just 17 years of age, competing in his first Paralympic Games, finished 8th in the foil, didn't qualify for the individual épée. Well, what can Lambertini do in this situation? He'll 7 points down, so he'll know there's only 3 minutes on the clock. He needs to be really making some swift moves against the experienced Chinese fencer.
I was going to say, what's going through his mind at this very moment, Lambertini? Every second on the piste is great experience for him. Just explain a little bit about the skirt there. I mean, they're to cover the wheelchair, but also they have a short circuit in them as well, don't they?
Yeah, I think you've explained it quite well there. It's the target for épée is waist upwards, so anywhere on the arm, the mask and the body. And that's just to ensure that any hits scored below the waist are not triggered. The lights won't come on, but they'll test that in a moment. Same as the guards covering the hand on the épée. That's also off target, so they're just checking the guard and checking the apron. No light appears, so it's all connected fine. On the épée, tip is compressed. Anywhere else other than the guard or the apron, the light should come on. Now, occasionally we see someone maybe hit as far off as off the piste. That tends not to happen in wheelchair fencing, mainly in able-bodied fencing when there's more movement. Hu Daoliang has to get the first 5 hits, well, get the 5 hits before Lambertini can make it to 25. So Lambertini already starting to make a comeback. Two in quick succession. The Category A fencer up against a very experienced Category B fencer. This is the second time Hugh has come on with a significant lead. He came on with a 10-0 advantage early on over Italy. Still maintained the lead, but only just. And now Hugh getting the first point. One closer to the necessary 25. Well, it's 2 apiece for the individual fencers, but 22-15 on the overall team score. And now Hugh just finding his stride over the less experienced Italian.
So increasing the lead, and there it is, 24. Just needs one more.
Just disengaging Lambertini's blade, and so easy. The Category B fencer wins 5 points to 2 over a Category A fencer. We didn't expect it to be quite so easy for Hugh, but he does have 5 gold medals from Paralympic Games past, including this one, and the experience there really just proving evident over the first-time Paralympian Lambertini of Italy. Well, now Italy trail again by 10 points to score 25-15 to China. Next on the piece for bout number 6, Tian Jianquan up against Matteo Betti. Tian Jianquan, the bronze medalist in the individual epee and the individual sabre from these games. Betti already competed in the foil and the epee. The best he's managed is 6th overall in the foil, but does have a Paralympic bronze medal in this event from 4 years ago. So we have 2 Paralympic bronze medalists in epee up against each other, both Category A. So expect to see this maybe a slightly more evenly matched here. But don't forget, China with a significant advantage, a 10-point lead. Tian Jianquan will need 5 points, and Betti, if he's going to take the lead, needs to get 15. So that makes it pretty tough on the Italian.
I was going to say, if you're the team manager of the Chinese team, what would be the team instructions for Tian coming out there now?
Well, right now it's just to maintain the lead, most importantly, but try to increase the lead as much as possible for Hu. Hu Daoliang has one more match, and he's the Category B fencer, so they've got the 2 fights out the way for Hu already. But interestingly, it'll be Hu who his final fight is up against another Category B fencer. So in that sense, Hu's had his 2 most difficult fights. So China now, if they've got those 2 out the way early on, will be feeling fairly confident with the scoreline. Marco Sima already had his 2 as well. So Italy with just one more bout for their Category B fencer as well. So unlikely that Italy will be able to catch up this deficit, but anything can happen in sport, and the Italians will just be taking every bout one at a time. There's nothing more they can do. And these 2, both bronze medalists, the current bronze medalist from these Paralympic Games up against the London 2012 bronze medalist in epee. This could be the chance for Italy to start to eat into that deficit. Equipment checked, and the athletes will be called on guard. Now we're moving through this quicker than you might expect. We're not seeing the athletes bring their wheelchairs onto the platforms, and that's because this pool are using 2 pieces simultaneously just to move it through quicker, because there are 9 bouts in a relay, and the time taken for preparing the chairs and the equipment would really slow the proceedings down. Just to make sure you can get through all the fights in one day. 2-piece are used for each competition between the two teams. So Poland will be resting at the moment. They are the other team in this Pool B, and they'll be up next. I'm sure they'll be watching from afar, just having a look at the form of China and Italy.
Yeah, I think that's the advantage, isn't it? Sometimes have a look at the opposition, have a look at the tactics that are being played, and then planning. But like you say, they'll be looking at both teams and their form.
Well, the form of China, not surprising. 5 Paralympic medals from these Paralympic Games among the 3 fencers. I mean, well, that really surely puts them as firm favourites to win the overall team title.
That is some team, isn't it? 10-point difference.
Tian just taking his time, trying to coax Betty into an attack. He's keeping his arm back, coming in, keeping it very straight. Betty very close then to the torso of Tian. And Betty getting the first hit on the scoreboard, trailing by 9, but a 1-0 in this round over Tian.
Pulled a lot of points back in the previous match, Betty.
By far the strongest of the 3 in the Italian team. And Betty being very cautious. But time will be on the side of China, because there are only 3 minutes allowed. Tian equalising in this round, 1-1, but now only 4 points away from the end of this bout. The first team to 30 will signal the changeover and the next bout will begin.
Well, as you said before, that it takes a lot of time to set up the wheelchairs, so saving a lot of time in this team competition, going between the both pieces.
Tian may be playing a little bit for time here, if he's feeling Betty is on good form. Tian knows that Betty will have to start coming forward to attack, and then the counter-attack from Tian. He's definitely got the ability to use tactics to his advantage with such a significant lead. Already almost halfway through the time allowed. Betty with some serious work to do.
Yeah, we haven't seen the time come into play, have we? All the way through the last 3 days, and so interesting to see it starting to come into play now. Like you say, he can play a bit of a waiting game.
He can, because, I mean, if Tian stays out of reach of Betty, or manages to defend anything, China will, at the moment, have an 11-point lead. Well, extending it anyway with another hit. Just 2 points away from the end of this bout for Tian. And now a tall order. Italy need 12 hits in a row, and it's looking unlikely.
Well, I was going to say, just needs to defend his points lead, really, and then the stronger fencers pick up the points in the other bouts, but maybe that's just one of the tactics. But he's picking up points anyway, isn't he?
Well, the actual score between these two athletes is 4-1. And that's just opened that scoreline up, 29-16 to China. What a significant advantage. Only 3 more bouts after this one. Tian just playing with Betty there, keeping out of the way. Just a very gentle cart engagement from the right-hander onto the left-hander Betty. And there, perfect timing. Just a nice cart parry. And makes it a 14-point lead for Italy. For China, sorry. China dominating Italy with 16 points to China's 30.
Brilliant stuff from China. What a team they are, and just well into the lead in this first round pool. And well, they're going through the matches very, very quickly here. China with a 30 points to 16 lead.
Well, next up, the only matchup of the two Category B fencers, Hu Daoliang and his opponent Marco Sima. In theory, this should be more evenly matched. The only time we see B against B. Having said that, Marco Sima, the Italian, 40 years of age, but a foil specialist as opposed to the épée. His best result ever at a Paralympic Games, 3 fourth places, so losing out in a bronze medal match on 3 occasions. The Italian will be desperate to turn that around at these Paralympic Games. Whereas he's now facing the silver medalist from these games, Hu Daoliang, who has 5 Paralympic gold medals. So on paper, maybe not such an even match, although they are both Category B. But Sima off to a quick start, getting the first point. But look at that for a tall order, trailing by 13.
Yeah, picks up a second. He looked determined, didn't he? Look how they're gripping the wheelchair there.
Who celebrating his first point of this bout.
We saw a lot of the fencers getting cramped. They grip that wheelchair so hard in order to gain momentum in defence and attack. Another one up there to Hu.
Look over the top for the left-hander Hu on the outside of Sima's blade. It's 3-2 in this bout, brings it to 33-18. China over Italy. A very tidy wrist hit by Sima there, just under the blade of Hu. Double touch. Well, that's going to go to the advantage of China, because now they are just 1 point off the end of this bout. And another double does it. And now China lead 35-21. And that was 5 apiece between Hu and Sima. A good fight for Sima, but just not managing to eat into the deficit that Italy are trailing by. But he didn't let it increase, so a positive bout for the Italian over the dominant Chinese team. Only 2 bouts remain in this first fight of Pool B, this first match. Italy against China. 3 teams per pool, and the other team that we get to see, we'll see in the next match. The team of Poland will be relaxing, starting to warm up. So get ready to face their opponents. So this bout, Sun Gang, People's Republic of China against Matteo Betti of Italy. Now these are the top 2 from both teams. Matteo Betti competed in the individual épée, the only one of the Italian team who did. He will face the new Paralympic champion from the individual épée. So the strongest 2 fencers from either team, but a serious advantage to Sun Gang. Not only is he in form, as we saw 2 days ago when he stormed to that gold medal, but he currently has a 14-point lead.
Well, I was going to say, where did the tactics differ here than in the individual competition? I mean, obviously in the earlier rounds anyway, it's 5 points until they get to the knockout rounds, which is then 15. But how does it change here? He's got a big deficit. How does he change his tactics in a team competition?
Well, all he's got to do is try and get some hits. But I mean, yes, it's sport, anything can happen. But right now, I think China will be feeling pretty confident.
I think so too.
China are now just 10 points away from winning this match. And Italy, well, they are 24 points away. That's if my maths is correct. I think that's right.
It's a big difference, and Italy have a mountain to climb.
But if anyone's going to do it, Matteo Epee is the strongest of the Italian team, and we saw him making inroads earlier when he came up against Yeo Daoling. Managed to get 13 hits on the Chinese athlete, but who is from category B, whereas Sang category A, and one of the toughest fencers. If we go by the individual result, the best fencer in this fencing arena today. So China on a total of 35, you can see on the clock there. Italy on 21. And this is where, even if Matteo Epee starts to rack up the points, he will need to really do that pretty swiftly, because only 3 minutes per bout. In other words, he needs to get 19 points in 3 minutes if he's going to put Italy in the lead.
Well, that is a tall order and highly unlikely, so that's where the time comes into play now.
From the side of China, though, Sun will be wanting to get to 40 points well before the 3 minutes runs out, so he won't be playing too much of a waiting game, but just won't want to give away too much to the Italians. And straight away there, Epee just pretty much putting his wrist on the point of Sun. Well, that's an easy point for China. You can see Sun just threatening with that point, really teasing Epee and just disengaging the blade on the arm.
Yeah, he really is so explosive, isn't he, as well, in the attack. There he is again.
Just teasing, just keeping his point so close to Epee's wrist. Epee coming back with the counter-attack and getting his first point on the board. Sun really... Oh, that one sounded like it went off on the guard, and it did. Now, Sun heard that, and that's the reason. The body wire had unplugged from the ground lead, and as a result, that would have meant that Sun's epee not working, but also earthing on the guard. Well, the experience of Sun got that checked, and that point will be annulled. So at the moment, that's just on this bout specifically, it's 2 points to 1. Oh, the referee just checking. Oh, he's awarding. We're having a discussion. Maybe he is awarding that. He has awarded that point to Epee. It was Sun's responsibility for his equipment, and even though he realised it was after the hit. Well, now Epee with 3 individual points to 2 of Sun's, but still Sun only 3 away from winning this bout.
Yeah, fencing well, isn't he, Epee?
Now that was a very tidy hit indeed. just nipping under the wrist, and the Italian starting to have a good fight here against the new Paralympic champion of Epee. But as you can see, he still trails by 12 overall, even though he has a 40 lead in this bout specifically. Betty just having a spasm in his right hand. Now, when athletes have any difficulty with an injury that's as a result of their impairment, the referee has to allow time for that.
Yeah, he just wants to get on with it, but must have time to recover.
Sun 1 point closer to closing this out. Betty trying to keep his body as far out of the reach of Sun as he can until he sees the opportune moment. Sun really pressuring, a double touch. No good to Italy because Sun is now just 1 point away from completing this bout. Betty just catching Sun as Sun came through with the attack. A little high. Betty just catching him underneath. A very accurate point. On the top of the arm there for Betty. Really picking Sun off as Sun just desperate to close this out. Maybe getting a little sloppy with some of his preparation on the attack.
Well, you often see it sometimes. They perform so well in the individuals and then coming back for the teams. It's so difficult now. It's all over. 40 points then up there. But that was hard. He was made to really fight for that, wasn't he?
Well, Betty getting 7 hits to Sun's 2. To Sun's 5, sorry, but still Italy trailing by 12 points with just 1 bout left to go. So it's all going to come down to Tian Jianquan to bring it home for China. But it's Italy's Emanuele Lambertini who has his work cut out in this situation. The coach giving him some last-minute advice. The young Italian has got quite a challenge here as he's up against the bronze medalist from this individual event in both epee and in sabre, Tian Jianquan. It's going to be a very tall order for Lambertini, the foil specialist. Three times Paralympian Tian Jianquan will most probably be feeling confident as he faces the first-time Paralympian with a 12-point advantage.
Yeah, you can see the confidence, can't you? Just
Tian very, very calm. He has been all the way through this, every one of his matches. His last fight over Betty, he won 5 points to 1. And Betty, in theory, the strongest of the Italian team. Let's see what Lambertini can produce. Right now, it's just a matter of really trying to decrease that deficit, limit the damage that China are doing to the Italian team scoreline.
Yeah, I think he's trying to draw him in there, wasn't it? A little bit of a fake and then straight the way through there. Look at that point there. China 41 now, and Tian gets a point. 1-0 up.
So easy for Tian. He just doesn't look quick, but he's so accurate, and it's the timing. Isn't necessarily always the speed. And Tian just waiting for Lambertini, because Lambertini can't play the waiting game in this situation. And Tian knows that. So just waiting for the Italian to come in, make his move, and hoping he can pick him off in the process. So already 1 minute gone, and Italy trail by 14 points. First to 45 will be the winning team for this match.
Like you said, it's the timing. Timing is absolutely crucial, isn't it? Technically, the most important thing to get the timing right, and then speed as well, but it looks very relaxed.
Lambertini disengaging, moving out the way. That attack from Tian. Tian, no pressure on the Chinese fencer at all in this situation. If the time runs out, the time runs out. Trying to win by 14 points. But it's looking unlikely. 3-0 between the two fencers. 43-28 between the two teams. Tian just playing with Lambertini now.
Yeah, well, like you say, if the time runs out, it's all over anyway. So really, it's a waiting game, and a big ask, would you say, for Lambertini?
I think that's an understatement. Understatement of the fencing week. 15 points behind. Tian, only 2 more needed to seal this match. Well, Lambertini will just gain a little bit of confidence from getting 1 point on the board. He knows that it's too much to ask now. Just 52 seconds left on the clock. And I think even if you put it the other way around and Tian had that much of a deficit, even Tian might struggle to eat this back, and he's the bronze medalist in this individual event.
In 52 seconds, you mean?
Exactly. Well, that hit was even disallowed, so Lambertini, after all that, still trailing. And this really is a bit of a whitewash for the final bout of the match. China win 45 points to 28. Tian winning 5 points to 0 over Lambertini.
Well, as expected, the Chinese team very, very strong indeed, and that win over Italy, well, we kind of expected it, but Italy fighting back at certain stages throughout the 9 matches, but of course in the end the strength and the depth of the Chinese team put them 45 points ahead in the end, and 45, the end result was 45 to 28.
Well, convincingly the match winners, People's Republic of China, and looking like they are going to dominate Pool B. Don't forget though, Italy's still all to play for, because the top 2 teams of the 3 in the pool go through to fence again in the semi-finals. So Italy will have to refocus now and hope that they can win their match over Poland. If they do, and China beat Poland, then Italy will still go through. So the Poland-Italy match really expected to be the closer of the matches in this, because somehow with that form that China are showing, Poland will have their work cut out if they're going to get anywhere near this dominant team.
Interesting, having a look at the tactical play of team competition, and we're looking forward to some really good matchups ahead of us. And this first day of team competition starts off in great style.
Well, back on the piste fairly shortly, it will be the People's Republic of China again, and they will face Poland. So a bit of a rest now for the Italians, as Poland will be warming up and trying to prepare themselves to face this incredibly strong team from China.
Well, she looked very relaxed, didn't she, yesterday? Every gold medalist that China produced, and she just looked very, very relaxed. A little bit of celebration, but well, she is cool, calm, and collected. But who wouldn't be with that team?
Well, the Italian team off to have a rest. They won't be back on for another couple of hours, the team of Italy, so they'll have to go and recompose themselves before facing Poland, whereas this team, the People's Republic of China, just a short break until they return to face Poland. Well, there's the standings. That tells us very little at this stage because it's just the result of the match from China and Italy. Poland are yet to fight. You can see the point difference. 17. That put China well in front of Italy. So we'll be back very shortly with the second match of Pool B, People's Republic of China against Poland. So stay with us and we'll be bringing you that shortly.
While we're waiting for the next matches to come up, let's see where Maria Paula is.
Muito bom dia para você que chegou por agora aqui na Arena Carioca 3. Enquanto aguardamos a segunda rodada, vamos saber onde está Maria Paula sempre com suas entrevistas e curiosidades divertidas e interessantes. Maria Paula, onde está você?
Tô aqui, pessoal. Olá, bom dia. Tô aqui pertinho.
representing Hong Kong, China.
Representando Hong Kong, China.
Chen Yui Chong, Justin Kalisaki, Yu Chui Yi.
So as they come out again, the teams
One, representing Belarus.
all ready to go. The second team match for the men's Pool B. And we're going to be on piece 7 and 8. They'll use both of the piece in order to have the wheelchairs all set up and ready to go, just for continuity, really. Jian Juan of China, Sun Gang, and Hu Jiaoliang, some team, and we just witnessed them winning their first match against Italy very, very comfortably, 45-28. Italy were always up against it, we knew that. And of course, watching from the sidelines and just having a look at the opposition, of course, the Polish team. Michael Nalowajak, Dariusz Penda, and Kamil Reszak. And each of the teams has to have one B category fencer, so three-man teams. 2 A category, 1 B category.
Please get ready for the bout.
5 Paralympic medalists from the last 3 days of competition the Chinese team have got, so such depth. Michał Nalowajak of Poland. First Paralympic competition for him.
In the team bouts, they have 3 competitors
Penda
on each side.
is the more experienced.
Each competitor faces the other.
He was the Paralympic Epee gold medalist from London.
5 points. As an example, the first encounter goes to 5 points, the second encounter goes to 10 points, the third encounter goes to 15 points, and so forth, to a total of 45 points.
So a total of 45 points to be contested. And as we go through the points, we'll just explain what's happening and how the points accumulate. So we can see the standings at the moment. Doesn't really mean a lot at the moment because the People's Republic of China have just had the 1 match against Italy, and comfortable victory there, 45-28.
Well, the Polish team will be aware of that score, I'm sure. And the top 2 from this Pool B go through. So Poland will be hoping to get at least more than 28 points against China. Obviously hoping to win, but in the worst case scenario, if they don't make it a victory over this strong Chinese team, then more than 28 points Italy scored would put them above the Italians before they then meet in the final of these matches.
You know, like you said there, that the Polish team, they're hoping to do very well against this Chinese team, but they know they're up against it, and of course they will have been watching the Italian team and their performance against China very, very carefully, because the top 2 come out of this pool into the knockout rounds.
Well, 6 teams competing. There's the start sheet for Poland. Nalewajek first on the piste to represent Poland. The 23-year-old finished 5th in the individual foil. He's got a tough opening fight up against Tian Jianquan, the bronze medalist from the epee and the sabre at these Paralympic Games.
Yeah, and Tian, absolute extreme confidence out there as well. He has a beautiful stance in the chair and just full of confidence. And this Chinese team, the whole team is full of, well, like we said, 5 Paralympic medalists from this Paralympic Games. So they're really the team on form.
There are assistant referees to make sure
They
that
certainly are. Well, Tian Jianquan, the first fencer up, has a gold medal from 2008 in the epee individual and a bronze from these games. And then plenty of sabre medals as well, including a bronze from this games just gone and the silver 4 years ago. Quite an experienced, accomplished athlete at his 3rd Paralympic Games, whereas Nalewajek, his first Paralympic Games, had a solid event in the foil, made it through to the quarterfinals, just missing out on a place in the semis.
Tell us just a little bit how epee and foil would differ and give us an idea on the difference.
Well, epee will soon see when they are fully prepared with all of their equipment on. The target area differs in epee. Wheelchair epee, the whole target is anywhere from the waist up, and that'll become clear when they put on the foil skirts, meaning that's a off-target area. Everything in fencing now is electronic, so we'll see the bright lights come on. But in epee, it's the first person to make contact with the point of their tip on their opponent. And if the contacts are made simultaneously by both, then double hits count. That's the only weapon in which that's the scenario. Whereas epee and foil and sabre, however, it's about priority. So this the more straightforward to spectate on, at least.
Well, you say it's about priority, and in that case, if it was a double hit, then the referee would have to decide who had priority.
Not so in this situation. So today, it's purely all about the epee, the final day of epee, the penultimate day of the wheelchair fencing at these Paralympic Games. So we've already had individual men's sabre, men and women's individual foil and epee over the last 3. And we'll finish, today it's the men's and women's team epee, and we'll finish off tomorrow with the foil.
So important to get an early lead here?
Well, it does put the team up, but in this situation, in these team events, we have Category A and Category B fencers mixed together. So we see lead changes quite dramatically when a Category B fencer comes up against a Category A. Both of these athletes on the piste now are Category A fencers, so the lesser impairment of the 2 categories.
Yeah, and we'll explain a little bit about Category A and B a little bit later.
So 9 bouts, each to 5, but it's accumulated, so it'll become clear as we move on up after this. But this bout right now will be the first to 5 within the 3 minutes allowed. The winning team will be the first to 45. And the referee just asking the athletes to stand down and relax, take the masks off, and we might well be waiting for the official start time. A little bit ahead of time just now, but the athletes poised and ready to go.
Yes, it's and they've got them all up there ready to go, and now just trying to hold off for a couple of minutes, as Heather said, just for the start time to come up. But
Some last-minute coaching pointers from the Polish coach, Michał Nalawajek. Remaining focused, but a little relaxing sigh. Never great when you're ready on piste, everything tested, ready to go, and then you have to wait.
No, exactly. That's why I just said it a second ago, because they are ready to go, and not fair to them really. They're already prepped up, ready to fight, and look at that. A little bit of concentration there from Tian, and they've just got to get their minds right. Well, I would have said it was probably better just to kick it off and let them go. Not the best, is it, really, for the athletes?
Well, the protocol has to be withheld at these Paralympic Games, covering all of these bouts like this. The second of the 2 matches that we'll see in Pool B. 3 teams, only 2 make it through to the semi-final.
We'll certainly know a lot more after this particular bout in Pool B for the men's team event. But just for the moment, we've just got to wait a couple of minutes, so stay with us and we will have the team match between China and Poland. The second match in this team event. It's Team Sabre. It's Team Epee.
A yawn coming from Tian Jianquan. Either that's a yawn of nerves or a yawn of relaxation. Most probably the latter for the in-form Chinese athlete.
Well, it just gives us a little bit of time just to talk about the classification. The A classification then incorporates athletes with good balance and recovery and full trunk movement, and Class B, those with poorer balance. But these are 2 Class A, and I think we're getting ready now. They're on guard. 3 minutes there, you can see the time, and it's just about to get underway. Here we go.
The first to 5 hits, and then it's a change over to the next 2 team members. Tian, first to get a score on the board.
Well, he has such incredible range, doesn't he, Tian, and so quick in attack and defense.
Tian catching Nalawajek just underneath the wrist. Those are the most satisfying of hits to score, and also keeping yourself out of safety, well, in safety range, so less likely to be caught in a counter-attack from Nalawajek.
Well, you were talking about timing, and that requires absolute precision timing, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and point accuracy. The tip on the end of the epee is the only place in which you can score. A certain amount of pressure has to go through that tip for the electrical current to happen, and then the lights to come on. And there, Tian getting his point on target. 3-0 to the People's Republic of China. A great cheer from Tian, feeling confident. He flew through his 3 fights in the first match against Italy, and looks like he's ready to repeat that form with the match against Poland. Well, double touch is counted in epee, so Poland will take 1 point away from that opening bout. Nalavajek already having instructions from his coach. Well, China have the early lead, 5 points to 1.
Yeah, great start for China. We're talking about accuracy here, and just have a look. Just pinpoint accuracy. And like you said, the tip, it's only the tip of the epee there that gets the connection and gets the score.
Yeah, same in foil. Sabre, however, only point of the blade can result in a hit. So, bout 2. Hu Daoliang from the People's Republic of China up against Darius Pender. Now, this is a mismatch of categories. Hu Daoliang, category B fencer, and Darius Pender, category A. So maybe you could tell us a little bit more about the difference between these two with the 2 categories.
Yeah, well, classification A, but it just basically means that they have more good balance and recovery and full trunk movement, which gives them more maneuverability in the chair, and it does make a difference, certainly with range of movement. And a lot of them we saw in the category A tournament. They get a lot of momentum going, and the chairs move a lot more than in category B, but B, poorer balance and poor recovery, but it makes a difference, and it does make a difference in the range of movement for sure.
Well, Hu losing the first point to Pender. So now his lead down to 3 points. Well, this match will be the first to 10, and Pender already making quick inroads into that lead that Hu started with. Very quickly indeed, over the top, onto the arm of Hu. And now Poland just 1 point behind. Hu celebrating his first point. Might be a double, but he still leads by 1.
Yes, interesting how they can bring it back against the B classified fencer, and that's what's happening here. Poland coming back into it.
Well, they bring the score to 6-all, and Pender has 5 victories over Hu's 1. Well, the Polish fencer really trying to now put Poland in a significant lead before he hands over to his teammates. What can Pender do? Can he make it 10-6? Because that would be a great advantage to Poland if he could. 2 more hits needed for Poland, 4 more needed for China to end this bout. Well, Hu celebrating the double, but that means still a point to his opponent as well.
Well, every point counts, of course. Another double.
Well, I think Hu's probably fairly content with that scoreline. He knows that he was up against a category A fencer, and now China trail by 2. So It'll be up to Sun Gang and Kamil Raja to see
Yes,
if it can be equalised.
I was going to say, so people looking at that scoreline now would look at Poland ahead in this match, but actually China, their best fencer still to come.
Yeah, well, that bout there, Poland winning 9-3, looks very dominant. But Pender will have 2 more bouts, and they will both be against classification A fencers from China. So that will have been most probably the easiest of the bouts for Darius Pender, and one of the more difficult ones for Hu Daoliang. That's what makes the relay so exciting, especially in wheelchair fencing, because we do have 2 Category A and 1 Category B fencer in every team. Sun Gang, People's Republic of China, up next against Karol Janza of Poland. Well, this we expect to be the other way around, because Raja, the Polish athlete, is a Category B, and he now faces not only a Category A fencer, but the current Paralympic champion Category A Epee fencer.
No pressure at all, absolutely none whatsoever.
I'll expect with this to be a little bit of a mismatch. China currently trailing 8 points to 10. The most significant lead they could get at this stage would be 15-8, but that's only if Raja doesn't manage to get a hit on his opponent Sun.
So every hit here, absolutely essential for Poland. And double hits as well.
Double hits do count, so if we now have 5 double hits, Poland, in theory, would still lead. That's unlikely in this situation, with the Paralympic champion from Category A up against a Category B fencer. But anything can happen in sport. And here we go. Raja, for Poland, getting the first hit over the Paralympic champion Sun.
Yep, every point counts, and that was a really crucial one.
Just to set his confidence and put Sun on a back foot, and Raja with a double should be pretty happy with that, because he's now only 3 hits away from maintaining the lead. If he can get 3 more doubles, Poland would maintain their advantage.
Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you, a Paralympic champion, let's bring him in and pick up some points. And
but it's not just the Paralympic champion, it's Paralympic champion from the less impaired category. So this, a great start for Raja, the Polish athlete.
I think it's important to point out as well is that some athletes as well perform better in team competition than individual. And I think you find that in a lot of combat sports.
Well, now Sun just being a little bit more cautious. Raja, and look at that. This really is an upset. We just said anything can happen in sport, and we would not expect the individual scoreline to be 3-1.
No, I think it happens in teams. Well, it happens in teams as well. It's always, the surprises seem to happen in teams, and like I say, certain people really rise to the occasion when it comes to team competition.
Raja doing just that. And now Sun trying to get back in the game. He looked very calm and collected in all of his 3 bouts against Italy in the first match.
Yeah, looked a bit rattled here though, didn't he? And so now looks a little bit more as if he's on the game now.
Well, I'm sure China will be confident of going through to the semi-finals, but they will want to win over Poland to give them the best hope of making their journey to the gold medal match as easy as possible. And Sun working his way back towards Raja.
Yeah, he's woken up, hasn't he, Sung? And definitely different than when he just came into this bout. Totally different attitude. 11-13, can he pull it back?
The clock counting down, and another double touch. That puts Jaza just one hit away from maintaining the lead, and really quite a significant phase of the match for Poland. Jaza, 4 victories, Sun with 4, but the overall scoreline 14-12 to Poland. Well, look at that. Poland lead after the first 3 bouts.
Yeah, I think Jose will be very, very happy with that, and I think Poland will be as well.
Well, 5 all for Category B fencer Kamil Jaza up against the Category A Paralympic champion Sun Gang. Did not expect that, and I don't think either athlete would have expected that either. So the points difference, still Poland leading by 2. And we expected that to really turn around on that bout, as I'm sure China did as well, because now China have their Category B fencer, Hu Daoliang, up next, up against Category A, Michal Nalewajek of Poland. So Poland could really see this as an opportunity to extend their lead.
Yeah, that's incredible. But like I said before, anything can happen in team competition, and more often than not, it actually does. Massive surprises. It's not always what's on paper that comes through team competition, especially if they've performed so well in individual.
Michal Nalewajek back on the piste. Only scored 1 point in his opening match against Tian Jianquan. This is his chance to rectify that as he's up against Hu Daoliang. Now, Hu Daoliang, in his own classification B, does have 5 Paralympic gold medals of various weapons, both team and individual for Team Epee. But less mobility for the athlete from the People's Republic of China. Nalewajek, less experience in his first Paralympic Games, but he'll be using his increased mobility to his advantage, and double touches for Poland in this situation are good, because they will just maintain their lead and creep ever closer to the 20 points that will see this bout finish. And Nalewajek extending that lead to 17-14 over China.
Yeah, that was an important one there. Nalewajek gets another point. 18-14 and another double hit. So this is good for Poland. 1 point away.
Well, another double. And Nalewajek will take that very quickly to 20 points. And the athletes, I think, didn't even realise they'd reached the end of that bout in what looks like record time. A discussion possibly over one of the points. No, hands are shaken, and that bout is over. Well, it was 5 victories for Nalewajek to Hu's 3, and that extends Poland's lead now. Just over the shoulder of Hu on that occasion. But double touch there. And that's pretty much the way Poland went to get there so quickly. 2 individual hits for Nalewajek, and the rest doubles. So Poland now lead 20 points to 16. You can see on the scoreboard. And we move to bout number 5. Tian Jianquan up against Camille Jaza. Well, earlier, just a moment ago, we saw Jaza come onto the piece, and we expected him to really lose some significant points up against Sun Gang. When he managed to hold his own, it was 5-all in that last fight. Tian Jianquan, the bronze medalist from these Paralympic Games in Epee. He's going to see if he can do any better than the gold medalist managed against this Polish Category B fencer.
Well, remember, this is up to 45 as a total, and 9 bouts in each team competition. So each of the fencers has to compete against each other. But this is a little bit of a surprise. But I have to say that the Polish team are fencing extremely well, picking up valuable points.
Well, this will be putting Poland in strong contention for making it through to the semi-finals as well. Italy managed a maximum of 28 points out of the 45 against China. Poland already on 20 and leading the team that on paper will be favourite to win this overall title.
A little bit of tactics here from Tian.
Just asking to halt to readjust the fall apron, making sure the whole of the wheelchair covered from any possible attack.
I'm going to say that's very much up to the fencer, isn't it, as well, to make sure that it's covered.
Yep, the referee keeping an eye, but here we go. Tian on the comeback. Can China overtake the lead that Poland have managed to open up? Jaza just trying to stay at a distance, keeping his point as close to Tian's wrist so that when Tian does come forward on that attack, he's hoping to pick him off on the way through, but Tian just lifting the arm and they're going underneath the arm extension of Raja. And again, Tian making it 3 points to 0 and just 1 point away from equalising the overall team score to 20 points apiece. 19-20 to China. Sorry, to Poland. China just trying to catch up, but that's the first point there to Jaza in the form of a double touch. Can Poland get to 25 before China? That's when the changeover will happen. The next two fencers will come onto the piece for the next bout.
Yeah, I think China will, relying on Tian to pull them back into this.
They will be. This, in theory, should be a really good opportunity for China to do so. And now they level 21 apiece. But the actual score of this bout between the two individual fencers is 5-1. Tian Jianquan with the 5. Camille Jaza with 1, and that's just from the double touch. So no individual hits actually scored by Jaza against the bronze medalist Tian.
Yeah, that range of movement in the chair just making that difference. So Tian just waiting for the moment.
Although the clock's starting to tick down, and Tian will have wanted to really try to increase the lead, but only just managed to equalise at the moment. And Jaza is probably aware of the clock and not wanting to give away any points to China, so not letting Tian get in close, but Tian, they're just flicking over the top and so quick, even though Jaza doing a great job to defend any action coming from his opponent.
So the actual tactics here is Jaza just trying to defend now and not give away points.
Well, it could well be damage limitation, I think, for the Category B fencer up against Category A's bronze medalist. 30 seconds left on the clock. And now China with a 1 point to lead in the overall team score. Tian getting ever closer to 25, now leading by 2, but the overall score between these two athletes, 7-1. As we'd expect, but look, the clock, very little left, a double touch, and that will help Jaza there maintain without losing too many more points. 2 points down, but into the final 10 seconds. 5 to go. And I think the fencer's just going to let the clock run out now. And yep, there's the time. Interesting tactics from Tian. He didn't want to give another double touch away or a potential actual point to Jaza. The individual bout, 8 points for Tian to Jaza's 2, which puts China back in front.
So you can see now team tactics and the different tactics from both teams at different stages throughout the contest, and absolutely intriguing.
Well, we move on through to bout number 6. 9 bouts in total, so we are past the halfway mark. Sun Gang of the People's Republic of China up against Dariusz Penda from Poland. Both Category A fencers. Sun Gang, the new Paralympic champion in individual epee. Dariusz Penda competed in the foil and the epee, but only getting as far as 8th in the individual epee competition. Made it through to the semi-finals, finished 4th in the foil. So well warmed up in the wheelchair fencing here at these Paralympic Games, both of these fencers. Sun Gang, 2 medals already. Dariusz Penda, a quarter-final and a semi-final finish for the Polish athlete.
Yeah, surprisingly, Sun Gang first Paralympic Games, but competed obviously World Championships and Asian Para Games.
Well, this could quite well be a close match. Dariusz Penda, much older and more experienced. 7 Paralympic medals to his name. But he's up against the very much in form Sun Gang. Sun Gang first with that coupe touch inside the wrist of Penda. A lovely point, like just extending the lead. And overall to 3 for China over Poland.
Now look at the amount of pressure on the chairs themselves as well, because they need to be stable, those chairs. They're gripping on with the other hand, and the amount of force on those chairs tremendous, and sometimes we see a lot of movement along the piste. Double hit, point apiece. 27-23, China lead.
Well, this bout very active and looking like it's not going to use the full 3 minutes. Penda getting another point on. 3-2 for the individual scores between these well-matched fencers. Both being on top of the podium for the individual epee at Paralympic Games. Sun just 2 days ago. Penda back in 2012.
Well, that's again, Sun went forward. Just explain what happens there when Sun comes forward there and then Penda counters.
Well, Sun waiting for the attack from Penda on that occasion and coming with the counter attack. Just 1 point away. China from finishing this bout. And there it is. The hit for Sun Gang. Well, before the score is concluded, the referee just asked to check that the epee is working. It is. The athletes will shake hands. Sun Gang with the 6 to Daliash Pender's 3 points, but that puts, more importantly, the overall score to 30 points to China, 20 to Poland.
Well, certainly China having to fight a lot harder in this match than in their first one against Italy. And this puts Poland, doesn't it, in a good situation, certainly with the points that they've gained here. And
well, so far, it is looking good for the Polish team compared to the Italians. So we saw People's Republic of China up against Italy first. Well, next fight, Hu Daoliang will be up against Kamil Jaza. Now, these two are both in the same category. The only time Category B will fence Category B in this match. So we are showing you here Pool B of the 2 pools in the men's epee team preliminaries. 3 teams. Right now we are watching Poland against China, the 3rd team in this Pool B, and the team of Italy. Only 2 out of the 3 will make it through to the semi-finals. And if you are just joining us, China currently leading over Poland, 30 points to 25, as you can see on the scoreboard. But China managed to beat Italy 45 to 28. So if Poland can get 4 more victories in total over the next 3 bouts, it would put them ahead of the Italians at this stage. But then the fight will be crucial between the Polish and the Italian teams when they meet in the next match.
well, absolutely, but there's no doubting how important every point is. But certainly a lot more competitive this match. One but has to stay in contact with the chair. They're not allowed to lift out of the chair, and they can get a yellow card if they do so. They come completely out of the chair. 2 yellow cards, and it's a point to the opposition. I've got to say that we haven't seen any infringements against the rules so far.
So this, I'd expect to be a closer match with the 2 Category B fencers. Hu Daoliang up against Kamil Jaza. 2 does have that 5-point lead, although Jaza the first to get a point on target. But the referee just checking something before he awards that.
Yeah, I think it's Hugh that's not quite happy about it. Just explain about how many times they can look at the video playback.
Well, the athletes can actually only request 1 in the team match, and that is now lost, that opportunity, as Hu didn't win his appeal. But the referee is allowed to have a watch of the replay, a total of 4 times over on each request. Not needed on that occasion.
A quick decision. And now every point here for Jaza, absolutely crucial. Already 1 ahead. Double hit. So now 31 to 27. 2-1 to Jaza. And another one to Jaza.
Well, Jaza here making a great comeback. He really is doing a good job for Poland. He managed to maintain the lead early on when up against the reigning Paralympic champion, and now he's just 1 point away from putting Poland back in line with China.
Yes, Poland fighting very, very hard for every point. That was a very important one there for Hugh.
Well, if you look at the score, 32-30, Poland have already scored more than Italy did at the end of the match. So that will put Poland, make them the higher ranked team. Who's celebrating that point on target. Jaza doing a great job though against the higher ranked fencer Hu.
Yeah, now starting to get into his stride, isn't he? 5-4. Jaza still ahead against Hugh, but China now 4 points ahead of Poland.
Just one more point needed for Hu to end this bout and maintain the lead for China. But Jaza is not willing to let it go. He's on the fight back. Already got 2 more points and crept that deficit back to just 3 points between the two teams.
So just explain, this will carry on now until one of them gets to 35.
The first to 35, so each bout is up to multiple of the next 5. So the scores can obviously turn around, but it's always, we finish on the number of 5, 10, 15, etc. Jaza getting ever closer to Hu.
Yeah, great performance from Jaza against Hugh.
7 victories over Hugh's 4. And now China only with a 2-point lead. A lot of blade work from both these fencers, who are stretching forwards to try and catch Jaza on the arm, but Jaza being so tidy with his point.
Yeah, another great performance this, and Jaza now, they are really doing so well. Well, that point didn't go up, did it, for some reason? The referee obviously said no point. And the clock ticking down there. But I would think that at this stage, Jaza would like to get another couple of points on the board.
Well, he's already done a magnificent job of crawling back that disadvantage, that deficit that Poland had ahead of this. But time running out, and Hu maybe now just trying to limit losing any more points, losing any more of that lead that he started with. 5 seconds remain. And you can see Hu just defending, not letting Jaza anywhere close, and waiting for the time to run down. Well, Hu seemingly happy with that. Jaza a little frustrated with the tactics that imposed on him towards the end of that, but this is what the team event's all about. It's looking at the overall score, and the experienced Hu might have only won 4 points to Jaza's 7, but he limited the damage at the end.
Yeah, it does. It makes it completely different, doesn't it, than if you're going for individual wins. And like you said, you've got to look at the overall points and the ones that you can save. And there we go. People's Republic of China, 34 points. Poland, 32 after 7 bouts.
Just 2 bouts remain. Sung Gang. Next on to the piste for the People's Republic of China, Michal Nalavajek, representing Poland. Well, Sun Gang didn't have a wonderful start. He only managed to draw 5-all against Kamil Jaza. And then 6-3 over Dariusz Penda. You'd expect a little bit more form from the newly crowned Paralympic champion in the individual epee. Let's see if he's back into form against Michal Nalavajek.
Well, for the ones that have just joined us there, the wheelchairs are just set at a distance, and it's the fencer with the shortest reach and from the elbow, and then the wheelchairs are set in place.
Two bouts remain between the teams of the Republic of China and Poland. China lead by 2 points. The score 34-32, as you can see on the scoreboard. So now it'll be the first team to reach 40 points that will end this bout. So the unusual situation when we're not starting on a multiple of 5 and Nalavajek too quick off the mark with that direct attack to the wrist, and the referee bringing out a yellow card and not allowing the hit. Not so often we see that in epee. Sun just asking for a pause until the crowd calm down, because they are struggling to hear the signals from the referee. So great that the crowd are getting really involved and enthusiastic, but the athletes do need to be able to hear the instructions. And Sun straight off the mark there with that point.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on there. One apiece here. And Sun straight in there again, very aggressive. 36-33 now, China. And I think it's still going on there, the Mexican wave in the background, and it's disturbing. And, well, such is the celebration from the Brazilian crowd. But a little bit upsetting when you're out there trying to concentrate. Double hit this time, point each.
Well, the request for the video review from Sun Gang. Nalavajek.
Yeah, just explain why there. It's because, of course, he thinks it's his point. I would have said that it was a double hit, and I think he thought that he got it. But, I mean, that's just the way I saw it.
Some discussion from Nalavajek with the referee. And he's asking what the question could have been for, what the request could be for, and referee pointing to the floor. And I think Nalavajek rather surprised at that, because it's unusual in wheelchair epee that the points would be so far off target that they would come in contact with the floor. Let's watch closely. Nowhere near the floor, any of that. We'll have to wait and see what the referee concludes from his opportunity, his angle on the replay. But it was awarded as a double touch, as both athletes hit simultaneously.
Yeah, like I say, I think that Sun was saying that it was his, and we saw him appeal a couple of times before, and doesn't very often appeal unless he's absolutely sure.
Well, very enthusiastic crowd in the background. Fencers trying to maintain their concentration. Still further discussions going on over this point.
Yeah, well, every point now so important.
Coaches also getting involved. I think it looks as though the explanation now clear to the coach and the rest of the teammates of Sun. Nalavajek happy to come back on guard, and the point was deducted from Nalavajek, so no wonder the Chinese team happy with that. And the referee just saying, I can't hear. It's certainly quite a deafening noise coming from the enthusiastic crowd.
Yeah, it was a definite appeal, wasn't it, from Sun? And look at that, another point up. So 38 to 32, and China now, that's 39, one away.
Well, the individual score of this match, 5-0 for Sun over Nalavajek. And Nalavajek getting a point on at last. Can he reduce the deficit that Poland find themselves in? Not any further. This bout finishes a score of 40-33 at the individual bout. Sungang beating Michał Nalavajek 6-1. The first time we saw a score start below a multiple of 5. But Sungang really making the most of those 6 hits on offer, getting there as quickly as possible, just losing the 1 to Poland. So extended the lead. It was a lead of 2. It's now a lead of 7.
And there it is, Republic of China, 40 points, 33 to Poland. Well, you could say there, couldn't you, that, well, why appeal? They were way ahead, but he knew, you know, and he had the feeling that it was his point. Every point they're fighting for.
Darius Pender, the final athlete to come on in this match for Poland. He's up against Tian Jianquan. So it's the first athlete to 45, and that will then conclude this match, and it will conclude Pool B for People's Republic of China. Poland will be back on to fence Italy after this.
Just explain what exactly what Pender's got to do here.
Well, he needs to get from the score of 33 to a score of 45 before Tian, if Poland are going to win this match. But it's a strong start for Tian, increasing that lead for China. Pender, 1 point back. Tian wants to have his equipment checked. The point will be confirmed. All working. The point will stand. 1 apiece. Tian against Pender. Pender had a strong opener, winning 9 points over Hu, which put Poland in the lead early on. But he's got his challenge ahead of him. 2 points to 1 over Tian, but he hasn't got much of a comfort zone in which to make this deficit up, because Tian is only 4 points away, now only 3 points away from sealing the match for China.
Yeah, Tian just, he knows that Pender's got to come forwards. Just explain why they are tucking it in there. It's very important from a safety point of view.
Well, it's more as well for the actual scoring area, making sure this off target isn't too high or too low. Double touch are expensive for Poland, because even though it gives them a point, it does put China another point closer to winning this match. Pender. 4 individual hits over Tian's 3, but still the team score 43-37. First to 45. Pender trying to come in on the attack, but Tian can't parry, just defending, taking his time, not riposting straight away. Another double. Tian won't be complaining about doubles in this situation.
Well, certainly a good scoreline there for Poland.
Really pushing China till the end. But Tian now just 1 point away from the overall victory in Pool B. They've already won their opening match. Tian just apologising, but wanted to really check, ensure that his epee was working properly. 1 more point for China will finish this match. And there it is. Tian Jianquan seals it with the final touch. 5 apiece for these two. Well matched, Tian Jianquan and Dariusz Pender, both Paralympic medalists. Tian, the younger one, the most recent medalist from these games, up against Pender, the previous gold medalist from London. But it's the team score that counts, not those individual bouts. And China will be safely through to the semi-finals, as they have topped their pool. They will be the only team with 2 victories, and it will come down to Poland against Italy. And it's confirmed, even though the pool is yet to finish, the match winners from that People's Republic of China will be the pool winners, as they have won 2 out of the 2 matches that they compete in. Handshakes all round. And China now have an extended rest until they come back for the semi-finals, and they will have to wait and see which team they will face in the knockout stages.
So a good result for Poland. Really, when you have a look at the scores, certainly they did better than Italy, but it's going to be the match between Italy and Poland that will decide semi-final position, and the winner of that will go through. So all still to fight for, and we've got more action and still to come, so stay with us.
All teams will leave the arena for the time being. China with a significant break. Poland need to recover from that and get ready to face the team of Italy. So I'll be bringing you the 3rd and final match from Pool B later on. So stay with us for that.
objetivo é atingir seu oponente com sua arma em áreas determinadas. O tronco da disciplina florete e qualquer área acima da cintura para o sabre e a espada. A cadeira de rodas dos esgrimistas são fixadas ao chão em um ângulo de 110 graus, permitindo que as armas fiquem diretamente opostas uma à outra. A distância entre os oponentes é decidida pelo esgrimista com o menor alcance de braço. Os esgrimistas não podem se levantar da posição sentada durante a luta. Todos os esgrimistas em cadeiras de rodas têm debilitação nas pernas ou pés e competem em duas classes, A e B. Os esgrimistas da categoria A possuem um bom controle do tronco, enquanto na categoria B, os atletas têm uma debilitação que afeta o tronco ou o braço que usam para competir. Os competidores são conectados a um sistema eletrônico de pontuação e registram o contrato no uniforme. Os combates da primeira rodada duram 3 minutos e o esgrimista que marcar 5 pontos primeiro vence. Na fase eliminatória da competição, cada luta tem 3 rounds de 3 minutos e o primeiro a marcar 15 pontos é o vencedor. As equipes são constituídas por 3 esgrimistas e enfrentam cada membro da equipe adversária por 3 minutos cada, ou até que o esgrimista atinja um múltiplo de 5 pontos. A pontuação acumula até que o time marque 45 pontos ou tenha a maior pontuação no final da última luta. Se a pontuação está empatada, mais um minuto de mata-mata é concedido. Esgrima em cadeira de rodas é um espetáculo de combate, uma batalha feroz de força, velocidade, técnica e estratégia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the referees of the men's and women's Team Epee third match.
Senhoras e senhores, por favor, recebam os árbitros para a terceira rodada da competição de espada por equipe.
Adrian Peach, Hai Long Lee, Alexander Doroshin, Sean Shoemate, Cedric Dubriel, Cam Kang Wong, Leszek Malewski, Alexei Tonoli, Ricardo Carlazzi, Jacob Leshiski, Mike Salter, Yasin Athanasiadis, Carolina Anzolin, Pablo Rejas, Carlos Perea, Gerald Chang, Catherine Eastner, Maruchin Kachachlian, Hussein Ismailov, and Yehei Jiang. On East 4, representing Poland.
Na pista
Here come the fencers, ready for match number 3
Marta Friedrich,
in
Marta
the Epee
Makowska.
team preliminaries.
Representing Brazil,
representando o Brasil, Karina Maia, Mônica Santos, Suelen Rodolfo.
Well, this is a very important match to see who comes out of Pool B.
East 1,
We
representing
already know that
Belarus,
China
Pista 1,
have qualified for the semi-finals, but
Zate
now
Maklitskaya,
it's going to be
Alonia
between
Haltina,
Italy and Poland.
Anastasia Kasuchkova.
3 fencers in each
Representing
team,
People's Republic of China,
2
representando a República
A
Popular
category
da China,
fencers and 1 B category fencer in each of the teams.
Wang Jing.
It's a round robin, so each fencer competes against the other.
Representing
They
Poland,
compete against each other, 9 fights in all, and each one of them
Dariusz Pender,
to
Mikhail
5
Podlasiak,
points.
Damian Rasa.
So it gets quite tactical, it really does, and we've seen some really interesting tactics displayed by China, who have on paper the strongest team, but they were, well, losing at a couple of points to Poland, but the overall, you've got to look at the overall score, and it's 45 points that wins the actual match. And China, of course, came back very, very strong. So interesting tactics. We'll point those out as we go through the match, and just tell you a little bit as well about the classifications, because in these team matches it's possible that the A classification compete against the B classification, and just a little bit of difference in the amount of movement that they have in the chair.
Well, we're covering Pool B. And obviously, as you mentioned, Italy up against Poland. Handshakes ahead of the match. And there'll be handshakes on conclusion. First team to 45. And this really crucial, because the winner of this match will go through to the semi-finals. 3 in a pool. Italy. The team of Marco Sima, Manuel Lambertini, and Matteo Betti lost to the People's Republic of China in their opening match. And their team spirit in check ahead of this decider. The team of Poland, Kamil Jaza, Dariusz Pender and Michal Nalawajek also lost to the People's Republic of China. So that means China are most certainly through, and they top the pool, so they'll be through to the semi-finals. Only one of these two teams will have the chance to fight for a medal. And this match will determine it.
Nos combates de espada, é possível que os dois atletas marquem pontos simultaneamente. Cada atleta toca o outro ao mesmo tempo, com até 4 centésimos de segundo entre um toque e outro.
Well, they'll be fencing of a two-piece, so that the setting up of the chair on the piece, we save a little bit of time, because don't forget that everybody has to fence everybody.
Well, there was a result of the previous match, Poland against China. China won 45 points to 38. Poland scoring 10 more hits than the team of Italy when they came up against the Chinese trio. So on paper, one might expect Poland to be the stronger team in this event. However, it all comes down to the next 45 hits.
Traditionally, foil was the first weapon that a fencer learned before going on to saber or epee. Now,
It's an ideal time just to talk about the classification, and just a little bit of the difference for anybody just joining us. And I said that earlier that the category A fencers sometimes have to fight class B or classification category B fencer, and just a little bit more balance and full trunk movement for the Class A, and the B classification are poorer balance with recovery, but full use of one or both upper limbs. So it gives them more range of movement, you could say, in the chair, and that chair, as you can see there, is absolutely static. But the category A fencers, well, there we can see the first on the piste here, Matteo Betti against Nalwajek of Poland.
Matteo Betti, probably the strongest of the Italian team. Saw him claw back some valuable points in their opening match. Nalwajek competing in his first Paralympic Games. got a left-hander against a left-hander in the opening bout. First to 5.
On the Epee radio, we have
A total of 9 bouts, so that means the match
radio station
will be decided
91.1. And
first
use your
team to
headphones in
45
order not to
points.
disturb other spectators. You can also
Well,
ask
if you've
for
got
radio
right to
at the
right or
entrance of
left
the
to
venue.
left,
Don't
the
forget to
chairs
use the
are set in a
hashtag
certain way, Heather, but if it's
#Epee
left to right or right to
2016.
left,
Thank you.
they have to change them round, don't
Well, the
they?
platform will have to be altered accordingly. The platform set. So the chairs are then attached to it and placed at a 110-degree angle.
Pedimos que utilize fones de ouvido para não incomodar outros espectadores. Aproveite. Muito obrigado.
Vajek just checking his points working, testing it on his own foot. Now the position setting between the two platforms. The chairs have been fixed. The platform, however, needs to be adjusted. And in Epee, it's the length of the arm held out straight when the point touches outside of the opponent's elbow in that position you just saw there. A little different to foil and sabre in the fact that Epee, you can score on the wrist, the arm. It's also all the mask. Foil, it's purely just the body. So foil fencers see the distance a little bit closer when they're set up at the beginning.
Yeah, we've seen some very opportune points taken off the forearms, haven't we? And pinpoint accuracy needed there, because just the point of the epee, just the tip, is what registers the point. So they've got to get that absolutely on line and enough pressure on there to get the point registered. So they're just about now ready. You can see the 3-minute time up there, and we have seen it go a couple of times all the way down, and as they go tactically through the bout, we'll go through why that 3 minutes is important there.
Well, this bout is straightforward. It's the first to 5. And after this, the scores will start to accumulate as we get closer to the deciding 45 points.
Yeah, we'll see a little bit later as well how points can be made up as well if there is a deficit, and then it's possible to bring more than 5 points back into the equation. But well, as soon as we start to accumulate points, we'll go into that. First point up there to Betty.
Matteo Betty, bronze medalist in the epee at the Paralympic Games 4 years ago. Just managed to finish 7th in this year's Paralympic Games. 1 place better in the foil event, but not quite making it to the semi-finals. A lot of action between these two. Matteo Betty making it a 2-0 advantage over the first-time Paralympian, Michal Vajek.
So early points, very important, of course. Every point's important.
Vajek celebrating his first point of this bout. 9 bouts in total. Every fencer will fence every other fencer on the opposite team. So 3 fights per athlete. Yes, the opener. Betty for Italy, Nala Vajek for Poland.
Well, the range of movement that they get on those chairs, like I say, in the category A, it's more.
Betty keeping his lead. Yeah, 3-1. The biggest advantage that any opening match could give a team would be 5-0. But Poland already with one, so Italy wanting to get the early lead. But so much will change throughout this, and we'll see as different category fences come up against different fences, and the strongest for Italy up first, Betty. Nalavajek, probably the second of the three for Poland.
Yeah, interesting there, because the referee just told Nalvajek to just turn a little bit further in to face his opponent. He was a bit too side on, which means the target, of course, was facing away.
Double touch. Now Betty celebrates that because it puts him another point, although it does give a point to both athletes. It does put him 1 point closer to winning this bout. And there, the opening bout goes to the Italians. Matteo Betty with 5 victories over Nalavajek of Poland. He picks up the 2.
Heather, you were talking earlier about how important it is to look at the overall, as a team scoring, and how important is the first 5 hits here?
Well, it means that now Italy have the advantage and just puts them on the front foot as they progress through this. But so much can change, and they actually have their next fencer on will be a category B fencer up against category A for Poland. So Italy will have wanted to get the early advantage because this could be a tougher match for the Italian team. Dariusz Penda of Poland, Paralympic champion from 4 years ago, up against Marco Sima. Sima, a category B fencer, so has a higher impairment than Penda, and as a result, slightly less range of movement coming from the chair, and that would make Penda the favourite, most certainly not just because of the different classifications, but also because of the sheer medal total. 7 Paralympic Games medals for the Polish athlete.
Yeah, that's a great experience, isn't it? It really is. And like you say, champion from London, also from Sydney. "41 years of age, Penda. Now got to try and make up this deficit. 3 points behind Poland, and they will be relying on Penda to try and pull this back. Double hit, so still the same here, 6-3 now to Italy. So double hits count in Epee. And there's one back. So 4-2.
Italy will want to just limit the damage because, well, on paper, Penda the favourite in this individual bout between the 2 fencers. A category fencer against a B category fencer. And now Poland equalise 6-all, and this will be the first to 10. This bout will finish when the score reaches 10, whichever side or both together that is. Well, very equal at the moment, but the individual scores are not reflecting the overall score. 4-1 to Penda over Sima, and that's now 5 to the Polish fencer.
Yeah, I said they were relying on Penda just to bring them back into it. Now they're well and truly back in.
The crowd roaring in the Carioca arena. So many matches going on for them to appreciate. We have men's and women's team competitions happening today. And I think the athletes are just...
Yeah, a little bit rattled by it, aren't they?
More the fact that they can't hear the referee's instructions, and that is important in any fencing competition. And record on guard. And it's now Poland with a lead for the first time in this match. 7 points to 6. Sima really taking the defence till he sees an opportune moment, but Penda quick on the attack. Puts Poland 2 points away from winning this bout.
Well, just look how he's turned this around here, Penda. There's another one. 9-6, one away, and 7-1. Penda is winning the match. Look at the overall, though. It's Poland now 10-6 up, and that was a very important match for Poland. They were trailing going into this match and relied very much on Penda to come through and to bring them back ahead.
Well, that was fairly straightforward for the Paralympic gold medalist, Dariusz Penda. He would have expected to win that bout and managed to turn things around. For the first time, Poland lead Italy 10 points to 6. 8 of those points are all in that final bout. And now, bout number 3. This is Emanuele Lambertini up against Kamil Jaza. Jaza will be the category B fencer in the Polish team, up against A for Italy, Emanuele Lambertini. But we saw Jaza hold his own against the category A fencer in the previous match when they came up against China. And that was actually against the new reigning Paralympic champions. So let's see if Poland can maybe maintain their lead with their B fencer.
Yeah, Lambertini, the least experienced. He's 17 years of age and in his first Paralympic Games. As you say, Jaza had a really good match, didn't he, against the Paralympic champion? Can he extend the lead? They're aiming for 45 points. Each team is aiming for 45 points.
Total of 9 bouts. This the third. First bout for both of these athletes. And the Beast in their second match of the ball. 2 matches per team. Well, Jaza just trying to coax Lambertini into an attack, and he was then ready to pick him off delicately as Lambertini came forward with his arm. You can see Jaza has less mobility, but he's got the point control and the skill, and he's going to use that to his advantage against the young Italian. Letting Lambertini do all the movement. The 17-year-old competing in his first Paralympic Games up against a very experienced 2-times gold medalist in the Epee. Getting the first hit now. Lambertini with some work to do. First to 15 in this occasion.
Yeah, Rajaza just letting him come on, isn't he? Lambertini just needs to stay cool, really. Getting a little bit frustrated.
Well, Lambertini making the most of the movement that he has from the chair, trying a coupe to the outside of the wrist of Jaza, but just coming up short. Referee asking for halt, and this could be the position in the chair, and that's a yellow card to Jaza.
Well, when you say the position in the chair, just body positioning.
Now a red light, Lambertini catching up. While the referees on either side keeping an eye on the positions in the chair for the athletes. Another mistake by Jaza will give a point to his opponent. A point he won't want to let go. Already halfway through the time allowed for this bout. And Jaza quite possibly just wanting to prevent Lambertini getting more points rather than focusing on getting to 15 himself.
Well, this is where the clock comes in, isn't it? So quite happy to let that clock just tick away.
Well, he'll be keen to get more points on, but not at the risk of opening himself up. But Lambertini trying to get Italy back into contention. 3 points to 2 between these two. And Jaza maintains the 4-point lead that Poland had at the start of this bout. Jaza now 2 away from sealing this bout into the final minute. And the category B fencer Jaza 4-3 up over Lambertini, category A fencer. Not what you would expect on paper, but the experience of the Polish fencer starting to show. On Paralympic gold back in Sydney 16 years ago, and they're winning the individual bout 5 points to 3 over Emanuele Lambertini of Italy, and extending the lead that Poland have overall to 15 points to 9. Look at that, just waiting for Lambertini to close the distance. Already with a disengaged hit on top of the arm. Smoothly done by Jaza. There's the overall standings after the first 3 bouts, so a third of the way through this final match of Pool B.
Next one on piste. Marco Kima against Nalvijek. And, well, it's everything to fight for now, because every point so important. Kima is B category. So, like we said before, that just not quite the same movement in the chair. Nalvijek of Poland. He's left-handed, and so it's left against right here.
Well, let's see if Nalvijek can extend the lead of Poland. Getting the first point on. We would expect in this situation, as Sima, the Category B fencer. So usually, and in all the individual events, would only fence with other Category B wheelchair fencers.
Oh, very quick there. Nalbajek gets a second point, so increases the lead for Poland, 17-9. Now 3 points up, 18-9.
Sima getting the first point on. But look at that deficit, 8 points already behind for Italy. And Poland just needing one more to finish this bout. Nalbajek would be the favourite in this pairing. And he's proving it there. 5 points to 1. And Poland now have double the points of Italy. A lot still can change in the relay, especially with the different categories. But that one was quite conclusive. A victory for Nalbajek.
Nalbajek then 5-1 against Kima. Well, that puts them in a commanding lead, doesn't it? Now 20 points to 10. Yeah, it's going to be difficult, isn't it, for Italy to come back on that, but still plenty to fight for. It's not over yet.
Well, it certainly isn't. And the next match really could turn things around, because it's this time that Italy have the Category A fencer up against Poland's Category B. Kamil Jaza for Poland and Matteo Betti for Italy. So if there's ever a point in the match for things to even up or turn around, this could be it.
Well, we saw it in the other previous match, didn't we? And it was quite a few points that were brought back. And so they'll be relying, the Italians, on Matteo Betti to try and pull the point differential back.
Both pieces being used, so these fencers had already started to set themselves up on piece 8. 9 separate bouts. A lot of equipment that needs to be checked on every occasion. And every athlete, in fact every other athlete, in the set order. So the teams have to submit the team order before the competition starts. So the Italians are numbered 1, 2 and 3 in this situation. Poland 4, 5 and 6. And then it follows a set order in which the fencers will face the other team.
Well, this match will be up to 25, so a good chance then for Matteo Betti to really pull some points back here. And of course, Rajaza knows that. So his tactics will be not to give away points. So he's got to do that though, Betti, within the 3-minute time that is on the clock. So under a bit of pressure if he wants to pull back lots of points, but it is possible.
Well, he'll be aware of the score, and aware of the situation that Italy are in. This will be the deciding match in this pool, purely because both of these teams are yet to win, and this is their final match. The winner of this will go through to the semi-finals, and Poland looking like the favourites at the moment. This now puts a bit of pressure on Betti. What can he do for the Italian team? And he starts it off with a point. Charlotte just really trying to make the most of his reach against Betty. Now in this situation, Jaza won't mind if the score is slow to develop, because there are only 3 minutes allowed. You can already see the clock ticking down. But Betty reducing that deficit to just 8 points now.
Yeah, it's his chance, Betty, to really pull this back. They'll be wanting him, needing him to pull this back. And of course, now the tactics come in here. Elza just will be happy for that time to go and to give a few points away. And picking up points as well. Increases the lead there for Poland, 22.
The first to 25 in this bout. And the score will be paused there before the next two athletes come onto the piste. Betty doing his best to try and catch up, but he's got quite a mountain to climb.
Yeah, just 2 points away now, Poland. Need 2 more points. Well, of course, he knows there that Betty has to come forwards. He's chasing points. Double hit. So now just 1 point away in this bout. Betty just ahead on their head-to-heads, 5-4.
Well, really doing his best, but not making that much of an inroads into the lead that Poland had at the start of this bout. The individual score, 6 points to 4. Matteo Betty over Kamil Jaza, but it's the overall score that counts, this being the team event. Well, double touch ends this bout and keeps Poland in the lead. Well, a strong performance by Category B fencer Kamil Jaza up against Category A Matteo Betty. Betty able to close the distance that bit quicker, but double touches helped Poland to maintain their lead. And we move on through, and after the first 5 bouts, Poland still lead. A score of 25 to Italy's 17.
Next bout 6, Emmanuel Lambertini is up there. And Lambertini, the youngster, but every second on the piste here is experience for him against Darius Penda, the most experienced. So once again, the Polish team will be hoping that Penda can add to the points here. Remember, it's up to 30 on that board now, and Darius Penda, the champion from London in the Epee, he's up next against the youngest fencer, Lambertini.
can Lambertini do in this situation? He knows he's got a tough challenge ahead. He's going to put Poland in any chance of making it into the semi-final. Well, double touches at this stage will be an advantage to Poland. It just gets them closer to that all-important 45-point score.
Yeah, all about accumulation of points here, and Pender holding on to the lead and just biding his time. Lambertini doesn't want to go forwards because he just knows that the experience of Pender, waiting game, and just have a look out, coming out of the chair there. Got to keep one buttock in contact with the chair. And they will get warned if there's too much movement in that chair, they'll get a yellow card. 2 yellow cards, point to the next person.
Three minutes allowed for every bout. Clock always resets, irrelevant of how long the previous bout has taken. It's Poland who won't mind the clock ticking down. Nine points, they lead Italy by the young Lambertini with quite a challenge on his hands, facing the experienced Pender, and Pender with the advantage, but it's 2 apiece per fencer so far in this bout. The first to 30 will hand over the lead to the next 2 competitors.
Yeah, fencing well, isn't he, Lambertini?
Pender just catching Lambertini on his arm as he was trying to retreat from the attack of the pole. And Pender just saying, can we pause a moment? Yes, the crowd settle down.
Yeah, settle down again. It's a lively crowd, it really is. Going to be great for the finals.
Pender being awarded another point, but the referee just going to check. Point has gone on the scoreboard. He's yet to confirm. Asking the athletes to put their masks on, and the point remains. So now Poland back to the 10-point lead they had at the end of the first 2 bouts. So at the end of the first 4 bouts. Pender 4-2 up on Lambertini. The experience showing. First won a gold medal, the pole 16 years ago, but Lambertini not phased by his opponent. Just trailing by 1 point on the individual tally. 9 points on the team tally. And if Lambertini is going to put Italy in the lead, he's got to score 10 hits in 45 seconds. Very unlikely, and Pender doesn't even give him the opportunity to get close. 5 victories for Darius Pender, 3 for Emanuele Lambertini. The overall score, Poland leading 20 points to Italy's 30.
So Poland in a commanding lead here against Italy. Just 3 contests left.
Well, this is proving that quite possibly the results for both the Italian team and the Polish team against China is reflective of the strength of the 2 teams. We saw Poland score a total of 38 points to 45 in their match, and Italy only a score of 28 to 45. So, as expected, Poland looking the stronger team. Kamil Jaza, the category B fencer, comes on now against the equivalent for Italy, Marco Sima. So this is the only time the two category B fencers will fence someone from the equal category in this match. In that sense, I'd expect it to be that bit closer. Kamil Jaza, 31 years of age, but his first Paralympic Games, and didn't even compete in the World Championships until last year. So quite fresh to the scene of wheelchair fencing. Up against the slightly older Marco Sima. Marco Sima never won a Paralympic medal, but so close, finishing 4th on 3 separate occasions, including the individual foil just a few days ago. Jaza with the early point. And in this situation, definitely more pressure on Sima, as he only has 3 minutes to reach 15 points. And that's before Jaza reaches 5. And Jaza already 2-0 up.
Yeah, they've very much got a chase, haven't they, Italy? And of course the Poles know that. Second point up to Jaza.
Oh, the scoreline now really starting to extend for Poland. 13 points ahead of Italy. Jaza making it 14, needing just one more to end this bout. Marco Sima yet to score a point against the fellow category B competitor. And he doesn't have a chance. The young Kamil Jaza at his first Paralympic Games, really playing a significant part in the Polish team. 5 hits to Marco Sima's 0, and extending the lead quite significantly for Poland. Lovely hit from Jaza in the crease of the elbow of Sima, who hadn't fully extended on his attack.
Well, now you can see it. I was going to say that Poland now 35-20 leading this, and just 2 bouts still to come.
And with only 2 bouts left, it puts Poland just 10 away from the ending score of 45. Manuel Lambertini of Italy will have to do some serious work against Michał Nalewajek if Italy are going to have any chance of fencing in the semi-finals.
Think he realises the pressure? Think he might?
Well, right now he'll just be focusing on the bout at hand, and that will be his opponent, Michał Nalewajek. You just have to see it. There's another pool fight. This is a team event. It is the pools nonetheless. The knockout will begin after this. But as we have mentioned earlier, 3 teams in the 2 pools. This is Pool B, and only the top 2 teams will make it through to the semi-final. The bottom 1, from this pool will fence the bottom team from Pool A to decide who finishes 5th and 6th. Just 2 bouts remain between Italy and Poland. On the piece now, Emanuele Lambertini up against Michal Nalivajek, both competing in their very first Paralympic Games here in Rio.
Well, both of these are category A fencers, and they grip the side of the chair to get leverage and to for their movement, so they can move well. And look at the range of movement that they have.
Well, only 3 minutes, and quite a tough ask for Lambertini, trailing by 15 hits. Nalivajek will be aware of that. He'll be feeling more relaxed. He can afford 1 or 2 mistakes, but he'll want to reach the score of 40 as soon as possible, and in the hope that he can get there without letting Lambertini have too many points on target. But at this stage, this late stage in the match, not so important. Just a mini timeout for Nalivajek as he tightens the fastenings on his legs to keep him in position on the wheelchair. Athletes who have difficulties due to their impairments or any muscle cramp or spasm as a result of their impairment are allowed time to rectify that. So the referee just allowing Nalivajek to reposition.
Yeah, and also Nalivajek, because he can't grip the chair with his right hand, he's strapped to it. He has a strap, special strap, and so that he can get the pulling action and get the momentum going as well.
Lambertini quick off the mark. The first point going to Italy. Needs 15 more if he's going to take the lead at this late stage. Nalivajek really stretching out of his chair, trying to reach Lambertini, but Lambertini keen to defend, not able to defend that attack though from the Polish fencer. 1 apiece, the difference remains at 15.
Well, now you can see the range of movement that they're getting, because in defense and attack, and that was a double hit there. But that's good for Poland, because every time it's just 1 step closer to that 45. Well, 40 for this match.
And again, Nalivajek just repositioning, making sure he's got a very secure position in his chair. And the chairs, you can't see under these aprons, but the chairs are fixed securely to the platform. And the distance between the 2 fencers will remain exactly the same throughout the whole bout. Very quick off the mark, Lambertini with an attack. A close match in these 2 fencers, 2 apiece. Strong cart parry from Lambertini, but not able to on the second attack of Nalivajek, and giving both fencers a point each in that double. Just ensuring everything's tucked in, nowhere for the point of the epee to get caught, but also ensuring that the target area is equal on both fencers. The skirt drops down too far. That does increase, obviously, the target area for the opposing fencer. Oh, lovely stop hit on the arm for Nalavajek. He knows that was a sweet hit. And a coupe attack to return from Lambertini, putting it 4 apiece in this individual bout. But it's the overall score that will count. And another double remains with Poland, 15 points ahead of Italy. Manuel Lambertini and Michal Nalavajek tying on 5 apiece. So Lambertini not able to change the scoreline at all, and it's going to be an incredibly tall order for the final bout to stop Poland now. Those double touches were great news for Poland, as they just got ever closer to the 45 points thereafter.
Yep, almost there now, 5 points away, and for Italy to try and make that up, 15-point differential. It's going to take some pretty nifty fencing, and got to do it within 3 minutes. And it's going to be very, very difficult to do. Remember, if that 3 minutes goes beforehand, so of course that means that Penda just doesn't need to give away points, but I'm sure he'll be going for the 5 points as well. The most experienced on that team, Darius Penda. $25 points, Italy, 40 points. This is the last bout in this team match. This will decide who will go through with China to the semi-final.
Well, this should be just a matter of straightforward situation for Poland. And making it even clearer with the opening touch for Penda. Just 4 points away from a semi-final place for the team of Poland. Betty won't give up the fight, but it's looking more and more likely that Italy will be fencing for 5th or 6th position in the runner-up match. Well, now it's just a matter of competitive spirit that Betty will be trying his very hardest for every point he can score against Darius Penda.
Yeah, just 2 points away now. Even double hits would be an advantage for Penda. You wouldn't mind that. And there's another point. 1 point off then. Semi-final place. And it's a double hit, and it's all over because it's 45 points to 27, and that is the final score, and it's Poland that go through to the semi-final match.
Well, Matteo Betty didn't manage to even keep the score even, losing 5-2 over Dariusz Penda of Poland. And I think it was already pretty conclusive before that final bout. Something incredible would have had to have happened in those 3 minutes if Italy were to win. So the result of that match in Pool B, Italy coming up short to Poland, losing 45-27. So that makes Poland pretty certain now to go through with 1 victory in their pool. China have 2, and Italy will leave with 2 losses after those tough 2 encounters. First against the People's Republic of China, the second one we've just witnessed there against Poland. We will wait for confirmation of the pool standings, and then we'll find out which teams will face who when we get through to the semi-finals. So there's confirmation, no surprises, the People's Republic of China safely out on top. Poland second, and Italy trail in third. Well, that's the conclusion of the pool event. So through to the semi-finals. 4 teams: France, People's Republic of China, Greece and Poland. Italy and Brazil won't progress any further. It will be disappointing for the home crowd.
I would like to remind everyone to go visit the Rio 2016 Play Store and take home a souvenir from our biggest event in Atlantis.
So Poland, we'll just have to wait and see exactly who they fence again in that semi-final knockout round. We are through to the knockout stages. And this is where it will get even more exciting. The team of Italy will have the chance to fence again against Brazil. But the best they can hope for is a 5th place, whereas the team of Poland are very much still in the running for a medal. Obviously 4 teams into the semi-final, 3 medals up for grabs. The winner of the semi-final will go through to the gold medal match. The losers will fence again with a chance to win the bronze. So it's time to go and recover. Smiley coach there for Poland, feeling confident after that smooth victory for their team. We will be bringing you the semi-final matches in just a few minutes, so please don't go far. We'll be back with the knockout action very shortly.
Athanasiadis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the fencers of the men's Epee fifth place bout.
So semi-final time as the teams come out.
Representing Brazil.
And the semi-final that we will be covering will be the one between Greece and France.
Representing Italy. Marco Cima. Emmanuel Labertini.
I'll correct that. It's Poland and France that we're going to be covering.
Piste 4, representing Greece.
Na pista 4, representando a Grécia.
Vasilios Dudas.
Saw some great
Trifontanou.
contests in the pool, in Pool B. And of course, China coming out top
Republic of China.
Representando a República Popular da China.
Hu Dailiang.
in Pool B. China will be against Greece and France here against Poland.
Na pista 8, representando
Poland,
a
of
França.
course,
Yannick Ifibe. Romain Doblas.
just winning their last match and qualifying for the semi-final against Italy.
Camille Rossa. Darius Pender. Finalizing.
Romain Noble of France, and it will be Ifebi Yannick and Robert Citerne of France. And Robert Citerne is the oldest competitor here, 55 years of age, and we'll go into his record in some detail in a moment, because he is one of the most decorated Paralympians, and he has had an amazing career, but we'll cover that in detail. Darius Pender, Poland. Mikhail Malavacek of Poland, and we've got Kamil Rajaza for Poland. So they're the two teams that we're going to be covering, and we're looking forward to a great match.
Well, on the other side of the draw, the People's Republic of China, who topped Pool B, will face Greece, the lower seeded team after the pools. While the handshakes beforehand between the teams and even the coaches getting involved in the handshakes going on. Poland, there's the team list we've just heard. Not long to recover after their win. They've just come off the back of the win against Italy. They lost their opener against the People's Republic of China. The team of France are on the other side of the draw in Pool A. So first time we'll be following them in their bid to win a Paralympic title. The team of France, the reigning world champions in this event. A tough challenge for Poland, but Poland looked in good form earlier on.
Yeah, they did well, didn't they? They fought hard against the Chinese, but then came through very strong against Italy. And there it is, losing 45-38, and then winning 45-27 against Italy. But it's all about these matches now, because this is to get through to the final. And there's Brazil, 45-20 and 45-22 against Greece.
Well, that was just showing the results from the other side of the pool. So from Pool A, France with a smoother run through winning both
2015
of their matches. So
World Championships, Poland
that would
has
confirm
Petr
that
Vašek
France, the
and
favourite,
Anna Vašek.
ranked higher
Greece has
after
all
the
the
pools
same
than
members.
Poland.
China, the 2015 World Champions, did not compete. Brazil versus Italy, they have the same members of their team, and Italy now has Lambertini added to the bout.
Nessa disputa de quinto e sexto lugar e a disputa
Well,
da
now the
semifinal, exceto Polônia,
set up
Itália
time
e China,
for the first bout.
todos os outros países
Mikhail
disputam com as
Nalavajek
mesmas
of
equipes
Poland
que
up against
disputaram o
Robert
Campeonato
Sitten
Mundial de 2015.
of France. Every fencer will fence the other team's fencers, so 3 fights per team member, and that'll give us a total of 9 bouts. The first team to 45 will go through to the gold medal match. Nalavajek will be up against the very experienced Robert Sitten. 55 years of age. He has competed in 8 Paralympic Games.
Well, that is just amazing, isn't it? And I did say as it was on the way out there, just what an amazing record, and you couldn't even start to begin to reel it off, really. It's just
Referees,
first place 2000, like you say, that many Paralympic Games, that much experience, and he's still here competing at the highest level.
Well, he hasn't won a medal at the Paralympic Games since 2004 in Athens. This could be the chance. Well, that's some service from a referee. Could do with that right now. Not sure that's in the job description.
No, I don't think it is. I wonder if he gets points for that.
Well, some great support in the crowd for the French team. Sitten calling to his support and being answered with a great retaliating cheer. Well, this man obviously very well known in the fencing world.
I was going to say, is that normal? I don't think so. Not in preparation. Paralympic Games, remember. This is the Paralympic Games. But great to see.
Well,
I mean, somebody with that respect.
Well, I think Mikhail Nalavajek, just preparing his epee there, is going to be taking some valuable lessons in how to compose oneself, because Nalavajek, his first Paralympic Games. Robert Sitten, his 8th. But no medals since Sydney. Sitten does have 9 Paralympic medals out of the 8 Paralympic Games, but the majority of them came in the first half of his fencing career. But this, if France win over Poland here, Sitten will then be guaranteed another Paralympic medal.
Wow, absolutely amazing. You have to say, did they bring him in for experience? I think so. And it will be interesting to see.
Well, the French team are the team to beat in this match. They topped their side of the pools, whereas Poland finished second in Pool B. And France are the reigning world champions, and it's this same team, the team of Robert Sitten, Yannick Efebi and Romain Noble for France, that won in 2015. The Polish team, less experienced on paper, but looked very strong with their win over the Italians, their last match in the pools.
So here we go, first semi-final. 3 minutes on the clock there. Won't become so apparent there. We probably won't see too many of those right the way through, but towards the end we might.
First to 5 will set off this semi-final match. Doubles are allowed in epee fencing, individual or team. So both fencers being awarded that point. So Turn taking the early lead over Nalavajek. And the supporting crowd for the reigning world champions, audibly noticeable there.
Yeah, I have a feeling every time he gets on piece that that crowd are going to be just like that. That's amazing support. Like you say, the referee giving him a personal massage, great stuff. And you look at the age difference there. Malvajek, 23 years of age. 32 years difference between them.
One more point needed for Saturn to end this bout. First of 9. Well, it is a double, but it still puts France in the lead.
Well, you know what they say, youth and talent is no match for age and treachery. That's what they say.
Well, Robert Saturn proved that for you there with a 5-2 win. And really just having a little conversation there with Michal Nalavajek. Possibly even giving the youngster a few pointers from his experience in the world of men's epee. So we move on to bout 2. Dariusz Pender will pick things up for Poland. Yannick Efebi, the French fencer, category B fencer, will try and maintain the lead for France.
I'll just explain how the category B and A meeting can make a difference here.
Well, the category B fencers have less mobility, less control than the A's, and this mismatch will happen on 4 separate occasions because every team is allowed 2 category A fencers and has to have 1 category B fencer. So Yannick Efebi now, in theory, should lose a few hits to Dariusz Pender being from category A. And as we mentioned, all 3 members of each team will fence all 3 members from the other team. So the 2 category B fencers in either team will have 1 fight that's level against their fellow B competitor and two matches such as this one up against an A. And depending on where that falls throughout the order, it really can throw the scoreline a little.
Yeah, well, certainly Poland will be counting on Pender to pull this back now, this differential. Saying that, and Efebi there gets another point, and 6-2 now up France.
Very quick off the mark by Pender, getting his first point on target. And quick reaction there by the Polish fencer. So he employ the same tactic, it's worked twice in a row. But Efebi not willing to give him the blade, initiating that attack. 2-all, keeping France in the lead, and a double. And Efebi getting ever closer to the 10 points that will end this bout.
Yeah, just to explain that it's every 5 points, so it's up to 10 on this. And now that's another step closer. Efebi then will go on to 9. 1 more needed.
And great fencing from Yannick Efebi. As he Pender Not sure about something there. The referee choosing to ask for the video analysis. So the score remains 9-6 until a decision has been made. Well, Epee was off target, but then brought his point back up onto the body of Pender. It just depends whether the hit was registered off target on the foil apron or if it was by the time the contact was made on the body. In wheelchair Epee, the target area is anywhere on the arm, the wrist, body and the mask. But they're just checking to see, because the off-target area shouldn't allow a signal to come through when the point on the epee is compressed, and therefore shouldn't result in a light coming on the scoreboard. So they're just trying to solve the situation. Masks on, so the referee can award the point, and it was on target.
Well, that was excellent fencing, wasn't it? Epee doing extremely well there. He is the category B, and there it is, 5-4. Saturn.
A little mistake there, because this is Yannick Epee against Dariusz Pender. The scoreline correct. Epee with the 5 points over Pender, the 4, and that really was an opportunity for Poland to crawl back on the lead that France had opened up, because they had a category A fencer up against the category B. So the lead has actually extended for France to 10-6, as we now see the next two fencers. This will be the first time that we see Jaza of Poland and Noble of France. Roman Noble plugging the body wire into the guard of his epee. He's now ready to face Kamil Jaza. Jaza, Poland's category B fencer.
The category A have more trunk movement, so gives them just slightly more range in the chair, but category B fencers picking up valuable points here.
Well, this could be more expectant of the difference between A and B. Epee did a great job to give Noble this 4-point advantage before he came on, and now Noble, we'll see how much he can extend that before handing over. I'll be handing back to Yannick Epee after this.
Yeah, they're fired up as well, aren't they, the French? Really fired up.
Roman Noble 3-0 in this bout. He's not been awarded that point. It remains at 2-0, so overall 12-6, soon up to 13-6. And Roman Noble running away with this match here. The left-handed Frenchman up against a category B fencer, so in theory he should be the stronger of the two, the more mobile, and quite possibly the quicker, more range in the movement, more control in the wheelchair. Demonstrating that explosion. Not happy with something. Just wanting to ensure that all the equipment working properly and fully covering the chair. I don't want any doubt with any of the hits that he's planning on scoring.
Yeah, well, this up to 15, so in theory, it is possible to bring that that 6 up to 15, but it's a tall order.
Well, the referee's gut reaction was to award that hit, but Jaza choosing to just question it. And the referee then will have the opportunity to review the slow motion or real time, a maximum of 4 views, and then he'll have to make his final decision. The video analyzer on standby, and they can look at that. They can break it down into.
No, we didn't try. We tried it, but light didn't come on.
I'm just wondering there. I was saying the light didn't come on. They tried it, so it sounds as though questioning whether the hit was off target on the apron. But they've then tested the apron and no light came on. So
Well, it's not going to be counted.
the point was taken away, and he just pointed to the floor. So I think they deducted from that that actually the point somehow touched the floor, and that was where the light was triggered from. Oh, lovely look over the top for Jaza. His first point of this bout. His first point of this match. The referee halting. Was that too much movement? It looks like it could well have been, because a point has been given to Jaza as a result of a red card to Noble.
Too much movement, that means 2 buttocks coming out of the chair, so they've got to keep contact.
Or at least more than one.
At least more than one.
Noble trying for the coupe, the flick action over the top of the wrist. Not getting his point onto the arm of Jaza. Noble looked in such control and dominant form at the start of this, and the referee getting another card out of his pocket. And this now, well, Noble asking for review because he might be just about to award another point to Poland.
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy about that, does he, at all?
It'll be hard to see from this angle just how much movement they have to have at least, but you can see the hand go up behind him. The referee not happy, and well, it's very hard to judge from that angle. If more than 50% of his bottom left the seat of the wheelchair, then the red card will stand. And it does stand. So Kamil Jaza has earned Poland 3 points. 2 of them as a result of a mistake by Noble.
Yeah, 2 very important points as well.
Noble now just being a little more reserved. He was 3-0 up in this individual bout, and suddenly the score is 3-all. That was a beautifully executed hit there, taking France 1 point away from finishing this bout.
You can hear the atmosphere, can't you, in the stadium? It's just incredible.
Noble not wanting to give away any more points to Jaza. Those 2 from the red card were a little costly, but again, a coupe over the top. And happy with that. Feeling pumped, I think, a little frustrated in himself for losing to a red card. But Roman Noble, 5 victories over Kamil Jaza's 3, and increasing the lead for France to 15 points to 9. There's a face of don't mess with me.
Absolutely. I was saying earlier how pumped they are, and they really are up for it. Their confirmation, 15-9, and France showing why they are the world champions.
Well, France now represented by Yannick Epee again. We'll be seeing these athletes come back on 3 bouts each, which equates in a total of 9 bouts. So Yannick Epee, the category B fencer, held his own over Dariusz Penda, 5-4 over the earlier category A fencer from Poland. And now he faces Narawajek, also a category A for Poland. So just to remind you, if you are just tuning in now, category B are the more impaired categories. So in theory, category A fencers should find it easier to score a hit. More control, more mobility, and therefore larger reach as well. But that didn't faze Epee in his first bout of this match. This the semi-final between France and Poland. France leading 15 points to 9. Look at that stretch from Epee. Wonderful opening hit by the Frenchman.
First Paralympic Games, Epee. What a debut.
Well, both young fencers, both in their first Paralympic Games. Epee answering that first hit from Narawajek with another point. And the referee just wanted to check that it was on target. And Narawajek has asked for the video review.
Yeah, if it hits the skirt, it should, well, it shouldn't register, should it?
And they just checked that and it wasn't registering, so now it's a matter of if it, well, that was nowhere near the skirt from what I could see. But the referee's decision is final. He's having a very close look. Don't forget he has several angles on which to check this before making his final decision. Once this decision has been made, nothing can be overturned, and the bout will resume. Epee finished 4th in his individual épée competition. Narawajek 5th in his respective foil competition, but don't forget their categories A for Poland and Epee in the individual, or just been fencing with category Bs.
Yeah, I think we should point out as well that every 3 out of the 3 there, it's got to be a minimum of 1B category fencer in the team.
There's a 10-minute pause in proceedings, it looks. I'll just wait whilst they set the clock. But it's not counting down as yet, so maybe a couple of technical issues. But the fencers just been told to relax but stay in position.
Please put the deck. But you have to put it.
time on the clock
The red lamps.
from the match,
Technical break.
2:49. It started on 3, so just 11 seconds in to this first bout. And the score was 1 apiece, and then the referee awarded Epee that last hit, but that's what seems to be causing the discussions.
So a couple of technical issues, but we'll be back with the action in a couple of seconds.
Okay, no problem. It's coming. Good.
What was the score? It was 16. So no touch, and then it goes to. Because they told it several times like that.
Só abrir você vaza. Cuidado que aí tá falando por debaixo. Aí você tá falando por debaixo. Tá com defeito, então vai pegar outro lado e vai tocar aqui.
Calor, сюда. На куртку calor.
Well, there seems to be a technical problem, an electrical problem it is, but now just checking to see if the skirt does in fact pick up any current whatsoever. Shouldn't do from the skirt down, only from the waist up. Might just be the skirt, so they're going to change the skirt.
Well, nothing left to chance in the semi-final. The winner of this match will be guaranteed a Paralympic medal. Brand new foil apron being applied to cover the legs and the wheelchair of Michal Nalavajek.
He looks very cool, doesn't he, Epee? So a quick test and ready to continue with this contest. 16-10. France lead. Poland have to try and pull back the deficit. Another point picked up there. Epee, 16. Well, it's 17-10 now, 2-1 to Epee.
Nalavajek reacting to that, but overall, Poland are trailing by 6, even though the score between these two fencers equal on 2 apiece. Nalavajek with another point. The referee is watching so intently. You see on the left, Nalavajek being watched so closely. He gets another point for his team.
Well, they've travelled on the piste, and they're going to have to pull those wheelchairs back soon.
Vajek starting to make some inroads. 5 points to Efebi's 2. And just 3 behind, but Efebi catching Vajek on his arm then very accurately. Great point control by the French fencer. Underneath the arm that time. Just on the torso. As Vajek had his arm extended, making his flank very vulnerable to a quick point. And the double touch finishes this bout. It was very close between the two. Michal Nalivajek winning 6 over Yannick Efebi's 5. But no dramatic changes to the overall team score. Cart parry there by Efebi and a great counter-attack. It was a double that finished it off. And the score between the two teams remains a difference of 5. France on 20, Poland on 15.
So tell me how now the tactics, I mean, 5-point difference there to France.
But it's still very early stages and still a very open competition, especially when we've got more matches of Category B fencers up against Category A. Next up, Karol Jarza, a Category B for Poland. And he's now up against the experienced Category A fencer, Robert Citern. So this bout here, France will look to try and really extend that lead and make the most of this opportunity, because they still have their Category B fencer, Efebi, yet to fence. Again, although saying that, Efebi has actually completed his 2 against the higher category, and actually the only fight that the French Category B fencer has, so Efebi we just saw, he only has Kamil Jarza left.
Which is
Kamil
another B.
Jarza is a B. So,
Yeah.
so in that sense, France have had their more tricky matches on paper. But nothing in sport is that straightforward.
And now, of course, drawing on the experience of Robert Citern.
So Robert Citern, the 8 times Paralympian, has a 5-point lead over Karol Jarza, competing
Somebody
in his
jumped
first
the gun there,
Paralympic
didn't they?
Games.
Just, I think it was Citern. He just jumped the gun a little bit, gets a yellow card. First point up there for Citern.
Well, double touches when a score like this will only advantage France, putting them closer to the end score, 45. The score that will complete this semi-final match, and the first team to reach that will go through to the gold medal final. Right, we're just checking the score correct on the board. Citern showing his skill and accuracy with that point. So quick there. Reaction of the 55-year-old. Now Jarza just trying to stay a little bit out of reach, but as soon as he comes into striking distance, Robert Citern just made that look so easy.
Well, he really did, didn't he? And they've obviously got him in for his experience, but that was an amazing bout, wasn't it, from Saturn? Under pressure. Just picked up the points and now well ahead, 25-16.
France looking very class in this. And they're leading Poland now by 9 points. 4 bouts remain. We're past the halfway stage, and Poland are going to start to feel the pressure as we get towards the end of this semi-final match. Dariusz Pender with some challenge now. Can he regain anything on France? He's going to face Roman Noble. What can the 41-year-old do from Poland? He's finished just outside the medals in the individual foil event at these Paralympic Games. An agonising 4th. He won't want to see himself in another bronze medal match in that pressure point. Roman Noble, also just outside the medals in his individual, but more of an epee specialist. Finished 5th. And now, so much at stake. Well, just a little bit of adjustment needed to the equipment, because the light should not come on when the tip of the epee is compressed against the opponent's foil apron. So they're just ensuring all the connections are there. Referees seem a little baffled as to what's causing the shorting. Still, equipment malfunction. So important that that light doesn't go on, because in wheelchair fencing it is just the target area that's above the foil apron, and therefore the easiest way to help the referee judge if the hit was on target is to basically blank off the rest of the area.
Well, I was going to say if the light goes on or if the light doesn't go on, but you know, if obviously it hits below, it won't go on, and anything above the waist does. But I don't know how that. Everything was working perfectly well, and they've had problems, haven't they? Now it's the second time.
Well, it's not unusual in electric fencing. There are so many different wires and junctions of where the problem could be coming from. It's then a matter of elimination for the technicians to trace where the problem could be. And sometimes it can take a while if it ends up being the final area you test. So let's hope in this situation they've worked it out and we'll be back up and running very shortly. And they're now just using a matter of elimination, process of elimination, to work out what is causing this problem. Pender of Poland sat patiently. His second of his 3 fights. He'll be the last fencer back onto the piste when it comes to the end of this match, and he'll face a very experienced Robert Saturn. But right now, we're ready to go, and Pender faces his current opponent, Roman Noble. Double touch. So a point to either fencer. It's not going to be in Poland's best interest. Noble increasing that lead.
Another double hit, and like you said, it doesn't make any difference. It keeps going up closer to that 45.
Mistake from Noble, just looking at the lights on the box, but kept his point out and managed to renew his attack and score the point. But a little slow from the Frenchman there too. He obviously was so convinced he'd got his point on target. But now, another double finishes that bout in just 12 seconds. 5 points to 3, and France continue to increase their lead with only 3 bouts remaining. France starting to really run away with this. 3 bouts remaining. Poland still have a chance. Kamil Jaza up against Yannick Efebi, 2 Category B fencers. Any time Category B fencer comes up against someone from the same category in the team relays. But we've seen Efebi holding his own. Jaza lost 5-2 over Noble, and then he scored 1 against the experienced Robert Saturn. So this could be the chance for Jaza to get some valuable points for him and his teammates.
I was going to say, this is a pressure point, isn't it? This is an important match for Poland to try and draw closer.
It really is. Evenly matched by category. Let's see if they're evenly matched by skill on the day. Both of these fencers made it through to the individual épée quarterfinals and didn't progress from there. Efebi getting the first point on. This really is an important bout for Poland. If they don't start to close here, it's going to get pretty desperate for them. Only 2 bouts remain after this one between Efebi and Jaza. Double touches just continue to get the French team closer to victory, and single touches extending their lead. Efebi needs 2 more points to win this bout. First to 35. Jaza getting his first individual point after the initial double that he was awarded. Three points to 2. Efebi leads Jaza. Efebi keeping out of distance until he's ready to come in. But Jaza timed that, saw the Frenchman and picked him off as he closed the distance down.
Yeah, 2 minutes to really get as many points as possible.
Well, Efebi, a little scrappier there, not his usual tidy style, but it got him the point, and he's now 1 away from handing the lead over to his teammates. This is the final bout for both of these 2 fencers in this match. And it's Efebi who beats Jaza and just continues to extend that lead for France. 5 points to Jaza's 3. It was close in the middle there. And then if Epee found his groove at the end. Really stretching out of the chair. A lot of movement for a Category B fencer. Really focusing on his timing and going about his business, and he will be handing a scoreline of 35-22 over to Roman Nobel up next. Mihan Nalavajek with a serious challenge on his hands.
Yes, serious challenge, and so this up to 40, this particular match, so he needs points.
Well, if you add it up, that means that Nalavajek would need to win 18 points in 3 minutes before Nobel can win 5.
It's a tall order, but that's one of the tactical reasons for picking up the points. And like you said, looking at the overall as a team, not just the individual matches.
Roman Nobel, part of this World Championship team, winning team. The French took the title in 2015 and they're looking in good form. More experienced on paper. But this is a rematch from last year's final. Poland, the silver medalists from World Championships, but only one team can go through to the gold or silver medal fight. And it looks like it could well be France who have chance to fight for another title. Well, someone moved too quickly before instructions were given, and it's Nalavajek having his first warning with a yellow card. And the celebration there for a double just shows you how France realise that doubles are more than enough at this stage.
Well, absolutely, doubles all the way. It doesn't matter, does it? You know, if you've got a lead like that, and that's another point on there for 38. 2 more in this match. And another double takes them one step closer.
Well, Roman Nobel made light work of that bout. No, it's disallowed. The yellow card brought out now for Nobel. Both athletes on a warning, but that was for movement, bringing too much of his body out of the chair. A lot of movement there, but still enough in contact. Double touch brings that bout to 5-3. Nobel over Nalavajek, so increasing the lead for France by another 2 points.
So it really is a cumulative and team effort, isn't it? And there it is, double there just to, and it, like you said, doesn't matter if it's a double, if you're that far ahead, it all goes towards the end result of 45. But so still now the most, the man with the most experience just about to come out for France.
And for Poland, they've put their strongest fencer on last. Dariusz Pender sat ready in his chair. The gold medalist in the individual epee from 2012 and from the Sydney Olympics. And these two, no doubt, have met many times before. both multiple Paralympic Games medalists. Pender with 7 Paralympic medals to his name, Saturn with 9. And this is a chance for either team to make it through, and a chance for more medals. However, the loser from this match still has a chance to fence again for the bronze medal. It looks as though it could well be France who are on their way to securing one of either gold or silver in colour.
They're having a little chat just a second ago, just like old friends, but like you said, they must have competed against each other so many times.
The judge not happy with the way Saturn is holding his shoulder, or maybe he's just trying to help him relax. Maybe not the best time for complete relaxation on the final bout of this men's epee team relay semi-final.
So what's going to be the tactics then now for Saturn? Just let that 3 minutes go, and I mean now if
Saturn will just fence this like a normal pool fight, and I mean he can afford to lose in a sense of the actual score between himself and Pender, but I'm sure he's not going to let too many points slip. There's a scoreline, a 15-point deficit. It's pretty much impossible for Pender to score 20 hits in 3 minutes before Saturn scores 5. So I think Saturn will be feeling confident but remaining focused.
confident, yeah, I think he will be.
Masks go on for the final time as the start of bout number 9 in this semi-final match. Three minutes remain to decide who makes it into that gold medal match in these Paralympic Games. Doubles all the way for Saturn, and he'll be happy. A shrug of the shoulders. Well, it's 1 point closer to 45.
Yeah, but that's it, isn't it? That's the experience there coming in.
Pender getting his first individual point against his competitor Saturn. Saturn coming in with the attack, and Pender just frustrated with that. He didn't manage to defend the accurate movement from Saturn. A great stop hit by Pender. Saturn came in with a slightly lower arm, and very quickly though the Frenchman levelling the playing field, 3-all, but certainly not a level playing field on the overall score. France just absolutely starting to dominate now.
Yeah, just 1 point off now, going through to the final, and won't that be amazing? This man here, and he's 55 years of age, and guaranteed it will be a gold or a silver.
Hasn't won a Paralympic medal since 2004. But the French team are the reigning world champions, and they're showing why. They beat Poland in the World Championship final in the team event last year, and they've just beaten Poland in the semi-final here at these Paralympic Games. A little wave of the epee in the air by Robert Saturn, and he now knows he'll be adding another Paralympic medal to his collection. The overall score 45 to Poland's 28. Poland will have to pick themselves up and see what they can produce in the bronze medal match. France never looking in doubt. They took the lead in the very first bout, 5 points to 2, and they never looked back. handshakes at the end of any team match between all the fencers and their opponents. So etiquette to thank the referee as well. It's nice to see the coaches getting involved, not necessarily essential, but a nice gesture, as we mentioned earlier. All of these athletes will fence against each other on the world circuit. Even though this is the Paralympic Games, it's still familiar faces.
Absolutely. You know everybody on the circuit, you see them time and time again, and you become friends, you do, even though it's very competitive. So you can see there, France against People's Republic of China, and we can see who they beat on the way there. France beat Poland. And now, of course, China, the winner's over.
Well, the bronze medal match will be a matchup between the two losing teams. Poland, who we just saw beaten by France, will face Greece with a chance for a bronze medal. But France already celebrating their win. But they'll have their work cut out when they come against the team of China. China didn't enter the Epee team event at the World Championships. So even though France are defending champions from last year, it's sure to be a very exciting gold medal match indeed. Still some coaching pointers for the French team. Celebration's over, and it'll be time to refocus. Well, the men's teams leave the Carioca arena very shortly. It'll be the turn of the women to contest their semi-finals.
competição feminina de espada por equipe.
Mike Salter, Yasan Athanasiadis, Paul Harris, Pablo Rejas, Yefei Zhang, Alessia Tognoli, Cedric Dubril, Carlos Pereira, Leszek Malewski, Hailong Li, Alexander Doroshin, Sean Shoemate, Ricardo Ferrazzi, Adrian Piche, and Andy Lamb. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the fencers of the 5th place match on Piece 1.
Senhoras e senhores, dê as boas-vindas às atletas para a disputa do 5º lugar.
Semi-final of the
Representing Belarus,
ladies,
Representando Belarus.
and we've got China against Poland. Poland just following on
Representando o Brasil.
the Chinese team.
Suelen Rodolfo.
Very, very strong team indeed.
Karina Maia. Mônica Santos.
Ladies
Rongjing
and gentlemen, please welcome
and
the fencers of the women's Epee team semi-final
Zhao
competition.
Jingjing,
Senhoras e senhores, por favor, dê as boas-vindas às atletas para a
third in
disputa
the
da
Chinese
semifinal
team,
da
Zhao
competição feminina
Zufeng.
de espada por equipe.
On
So
piece 4, representing Hungary,
Na pista 4,
on paper,
representando a
probably
Hungria.
the strongest team, but
Amaria
Poland
Perez,
here
Susanna
fighting
Krasniak.
to get through to the
Representing
final.
Hong Kong, China,
Marta
Representando
Friedrich,
Hong Kong, China.
Chen Yuzhou,
Marta Bukowska,
Justine Kulisek,
and Renata Burden will be the Polish team. Full of smiles though, every one of these Chinese team
People's Republic of China,
pressed all the
Na
way
pista
through
8, representando a República Popular da China.
Zhao
because
Jingjing,
they
Zhou Zhufeng,
are
Rongjing,
very gracious in defeat as well as
representing
when
Poland,
they win.
Representando a Polônia.
Marta Makowska, Renata Verdon, Marta Friedrich.
So again, this first to 45, 9 contests, and each one will be 5 points,
Please get ready for the bout.
Por favor, estejam prontos para o
but the
combate.
tactics will come in as the contest goes towards the end. Women's Team Epee then, and we can see it there. Poland against Republic of China.
This matchup between the bouts here, China and Poland. China in 2015 did not have a team at World Championships versus Poland, who Makowska and Friedrich, they added later on to the
So
team.
there we can see it. People's Republic of China beat Poland in the semi-final. Hungary
And Hong Kong. That's going to face the two teams with the same teams that they had in 2015 at the World Championships. And between Belarus and Brazil, Brazil did not have a team
this semi-final.
last year at
Poland
the World Championships, and Belarus
against China.
features the same team that they had in 2015.
So as they
Nas disputas de
just
semifinais
set
em
themselves
quinto
up,
lugar,
ready to go.
Essa é agora Polônia, Hungria, Hong Kong, China.
There we see it
Belarus
again. Zhao
utilizam
Jingjing,
as mesmas equipes
Zhao
do
Zufeng
Campeonato
and
Mundial de
Rongjing,
2015.
the Chinese team. And that is some team, I can tell you. Marta Mikowska, Renata Burden and Marta Friedrich. The Polish team. No reserve in wheelchair fencing team competition. So everybody has to fight everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have a great opportunity to listen to our commentators on the FA radio we have in the venue. Please set your mobile on the radio station 95.1 and use your headphones in order not to disturb other spectators. You can
Well, all the
also ask
electrical
our radio
equipment
at the entrance of the venue
will be
Don't forget to use
checked. The
#EpeeRadio
wheelchairs will be strapped,
2016. Thank you.
and
Senhoras e
we'll be
senhores,
doing it over
aproveitem para
two-piece
assistir aos combates ouvindo o nosso
so
comentarista da
that
EP Rádio. E
it's a
temos
quick
aqui na arena,
changeover
logo
from
você
one
sintonize o rádio do seu
fight
celular
to the
na
other.
frequência 95.1. Pedimos que utilize fones de ouvido para não incomodar outros espectadores. Muito obrigado, aproveite.
Well, the first two athletes preparing, Marta Fidrich from Poland will face Rong Jing from the People's Republic of China. Rong Jing, the new Paralympic champion from the individual foil. She was part of the World Championship winning team in the Team Epee for People's Republic of China in 2013. So plenty of pedigree in Epee as well. To top that, she was an individual world champion in Epee 3 years ago at the same competition. So even though first Paralympic Games,
Neste momento você pode observar
Marta Fidic
que são
might
feitas
be
medições, a cada combate é feita uma
giving some
medição
respect
gráfica
to her
mais
opponent.
baixa, que determina a distância justa entre os atletas e suas cadeiras.
Fidic, however, her second Paralympic Games in comparison to Rong. Let's see if that experience shines through here.
Yeah, still incredible stuff from Rong Jing. One gold medal here already. She's the one I was saying, just smile all the time and
Start the bouts.
Senhores árbitros, por
just
favor,
enjoying
tenham
the
combate.
Paralympic experience as well. So ready to go, ready to fence. First semi-final for the women's epee.
Fidrich, first point of the match for Poland.
Well, double hit this time. 2 up to Poland. Well, straight into the attack there, Fidrich. 3-1 up.
A strong start for Poland, but this is the first to 45. So no dramatic signals will really happen in this first to 5. Each bout to 5 hits. Wrong. Looking pumped as she celebrates a second point to add to her score. A warning there to Fidic. Fidrich adding another point to Rong's 2. And that replicates the overall team scores. This is the first bout of 9 in a team relay. And a strong start for Poland.
Wow, how aggressive was she? And yeah, what a good win for her. Gets the gold medalist, the foil gold medalist, should I say, but Rong Jing will be disappointed with that. So good start to Poland. (5-2). So Poland lead 5-2, but early days yet, still plenty still to come yet. The overall score, don't forget.
Well, Fidic, a strong fencer, bronze medalist from last year's World Championships in the individual and the year before that as well, so consistent. But next bout, Marta Rakowska up for Poland. And she will face Zhou Zhufeng, the gold medalist from these games in the individual epee. So the scoreline could well be reversed after this match.
The Chinese team going for double gold, of course. Strong on paper, and everybody knows it. They're the teams to beat. A little bit of play there in the wheelchair, and so need to make sure that it's the ratchets work and that it's nice and tight to the platform. And Mikulska is category B, so this is the first time we've seen Zhao Zifeng, who's category A, against a B. Just a bit of difference in the amount of movement in the chair from the fencers. The A category having more movement generally.
Mikulska, foil and epee fencer. Competed in both individuals. Making it through to the quarterfinals on both occasions, but not progressing past there. In the past had more success as a foilist, but brought in to make up the team for Poland in this women's epee semi-final.
A little bit of help there from Zhao Zifeng. Just decided to help. I have to say that it's so important to know your equipment very, very well, and she certainly does. These fencers know exactly what they want.
Poland finished 4th overall in the team event at last year's World Championships, and they'll be wanting to go at least one better and leave these Paralympic Games with a medal. The winner of this match will then be guaranteed a medal as they're through to the gold medal final. And the loser of this match, however, still has a chance of a medal, but they will have to fence again to determine the 3rd and 4th place finishes.
The Chinese team will be hoping that Zhao Zifeng will pull this deficit back now. There's one of them. So 5. Wow, that went the other way, sorry. 6-2, and pulls one back now.
So quick, the reaction of Zhou. Mikulska, though, very careful with her point. Not as much movement from the category B fencer, but you saw the initial hit. She just picked Zhu up underneath the wrist, although that mistake from Zhu has not been repeated since. And double touches at the moment will keep Poland in the lead.
Yeah, they're actually starting to slip a little bit along that platform. Have to correct that in a minute. Another one picked up. So 7-7, very, very quickly that changed. And another double, 8-8. China going to the lead. Well, is he going to count it? No, he's not. So still 8-8. Definitely 9-8 now. Well, how quickly that changed, and so that's exactly what they would have wanted. Xiao Zufeng then picking it up and just going into the lead for China. So there it is, 8-3 their match, and Xiao Zufeng just pulling that deficit back.
Well, I'm sure coming into that, Zhu would have felt she should have been the stronger of the two fencers, Category A against Category B, and she proved it. Maybe not quite as convincingly as she might have first hoped, but it's put China back in the lead. And now Zhao Jingjing will face Renata Burden in this third bout of 9. Renata Burden, even though at the age of 42, this is her first Paralympic Games. Not a particularly successful start in the individual epee. Didn't make it through to the quarterfinals after her pool.
No, she was disappointed, wasn't she? She was disappointed with her performance, but she'll be hoping to put that right here.
Well, she was part of the silver medal winning Polish team 6 years ago, and their epee team hasn't won a medal since then.
Well, really trying to build herself up there. Zhao Jing will want to pick up valuable points here. She is the B category fencer for China. So she's up against Renata Burden, who is the A category. And it will make a difference to the range of movement, but it just means that Zhao Jingjing will have to be more precise.
Well, even though Zhao Jingjing competing in the lower category, she already has 2 Paralympic medals, including the title from the Category B individual epee. I'm sure Burden will not be relaxing against the fencer in the lower category.
Picks up an immediate point. 11-8 now to China. 1-0 to Zhao. Second point to Zhao. One back for Burden. Well, she's reached across there and gets her third point. China now just need 2 in this match. Oh, and another one. 1 to go then. Still 1 point to get. So starting to now increase the lead. 1 more back though from Burden. Well, double hit, but that doesn't matter. That takes the China up to 15, 15-12 the score. I think China will be happy about that. 5-4 Zhao against Burden, but it's the overall score that you need to look at.
The celebrations of Zhao proved that that was quite an important moment in this semi-final match. Whenever a Category B fencer can hold their own against a Category A, it really does help the team's chances. So People's Republic of China leading Poland by 3.
Marta Mikowska against Rong Jing.
Well, this time it's Poland's Category B fencer who will fence a Category A fencer from China. But we saw Mikowska up against Zhou Jufeng in her opening bout. Lost 8 points to 3. Not too drastic, but it was enough to give China the lead that they still hold. Mikowska of Poland now faces Rong Jing, the People's Republic of China. China with a 3-point lead in this 4th bout. Make that a 5-point lead. As Rong quickly adds to the score. And this is when we could start to see a bit of a mismatch between A and B. Rong and Mikowska. Oh, just so close there for Rong on the arm of the Polish fencer. Mikowska just trying to initiate a reaction from Rong. She knows she doesn't have the reach that Rong manages, but a defensive hit there, and Mikowska adding a point to the score of Poland.
So again, just checking the connection.
Mikowska really trying to stay out of reaching distance until she's ready to initiate an attack. And Rong trying to get through that defense of the Polish opponent. And she gets through with that disengagement. 3-1 between these two in the 4th bout.
Yep, 18 points, just need 2 more for this match. But Poland, Mikowska trying to pick up every point she can. That's 1 off now. 19 now, 13.
And Rong finishes it off. 5-1 victory over Marta Mikowska.
Yeah, starting to pull away now, aren't they, the Chinese team?
Well, they have a lead of 7 points. 4 of those points as a result of this bout. Lovely disengagement. Hit onto the body there, that last point for Rong.
So now you can see it, 2013 Poland trail coming into this 5th bout. 9 bouts in all. Everybody fights everybody. Zhao Jingjing against Friedrich. Well, going through these matches very quickly.
Well, this is another mismatch of categories. Marta Fidrich, a 26-year-old from Poland, category A fencer. And she's now up against the new Paralympic champion from category B, Zhao Jingjing. We saw a wonderfully aggressive start in the opening bout by Fidrich. And already getting a point on the board, trying to equalise, get Poland back in contention of a gold medal match opportunity.
Yeah, really taking advantage just of that little bit of extra movement, and there it is again. Third point up there. Well, bringing this deficit back now. This is a match.
Fidrich, the stronger of the three in the Polish team, facing the only category B fencer in the Chinese team. And the scoreline starting to show that. 5-0, only 2 away from equalising with the overall team score of China. Just a bit too much for Zhao to match at the moment. Zhao can hope maybe for some double hits while she still has a 1-point lead. But that lead has just disappeared, and Zhao now getting frustrated as Fidrich just seems to be a slightly different class. Obviously a different category, but her actual fencing here is shining through. 7-8-0 puts Poland 21 over 20 points that China had before this. So China did have such a great start, a great comeback. So Poland opened it, and it was this athlete, the athlete that Zhao was facing now, Marta Fidrich, who got Poland off to the strong start. Now she's trying to make up for some of those points that they've lost in between her last bout.
Yeah, she looks ruffled, Zhao Jingjing. Yes, she has the measure of her, and Friedrich now 9 points up.
Just 3 away from finishing this bout. Zhao looking towards her team and her coaches, not sure what else she can do against the strong Polish opponent. And Zhao celebrates wildly the first point she gets in this bout. Fidrich, such an accurate point. Zhao, the category B fencer, won her first match against a category A fencer, but no match for the very strong Marta Fidrich. Quite an impressive scoreline. 12 victories for Marta Fidrich to Zhao Jingjing's 2. And that's just changed things around completely.
Yeah, how important was that? And I think we could see there the difference in the movement, category A and B, and I think it was quite apparent there. And she managed there against the gold medalist from category B, but just that bit of range made all the difference, and it's brought Poland not only back into it, but they're leading now, 25 points to 22.
Well, 4 bouts remain. Zhou Zhufeng for China faces Renata Burden of Poland.
Well, will that make a difference? I mean, this now we'll see what they do when they're behind, you know, because we always see them ahead and leading the field, and see how they fight back now. This very strong Chinese team.
Well, Burden, not the strongest of épée fencers. Finished 12th in the individual épée. But this is her Paralympic debut. So now she faces the toughest bout of all. And she's up against the reigning Paralympic champion in the individual épée, Zhou Zhufeng. So if anyone can turn the score around, it will be this Chinese fencer here. Some technical issues as the apron is coming up with a green light when Zhou's épée touches. And that's due to some faulty equipment, so the referees and technical assistants will just test by elimination the different components. All seems to be good. Referee Zhu just asking Burden to smooth out her jacket and apron.
Well, China's chance now to bring this back.
Burden just sorting out her body work, making sure it's tucked in out the way. And now this could soon see a turnaround in score. Renata Burden has a 3-point advantage over Zhou Zhufeng, the new Paralympic champion from the individual épée. No surprises there as Zhou gets the first hit of this bout. The referee seeing a little too much movement from the chair, just tightening a couple of notches, preventing too much movement. The majority of the movement coming from the platform as Zhou really stretches in on her attack, catching Burden for the second time.
Yeah, just 1 point in it now.
Double touch keeps Burden ahead. And Burden, no individual hits yet, but she still has the lead for Poland. Zhou will be hoping for no more doubles at this stage. As Renata Burden is only 3 away, and there Zhou equalises. 27 for each team. 5-2 for the individual bout. And here, Zhou showing her Paralympic pedigree in this event. Lovely hit on the top of the arm of Burden. She left herself open to that attack. One more point needed for Zhou. And there she has it. The 2 points that were won by Burden were just a result of double touches. And the Paralympic champion, the gold medalist from just 2 days ago, Zhou Zhufeng, wins 8 points to 2 to put China back in the lead. And I think she might have been caught her backhand somehow. Maybe from her own momentum, I think she might have caught that with her, with her body weight.
A lot of movement, and she just, I think, just caught it. But that was a great match there for Zhou Zhufeng, and puts China back in the lead there, 30-27.
So far, the order, or the lead has changed several times. Marta Makowska will now face Zhao Jingjing. And this, the only time that the two category B fencers will face each other. So, according to the category, these two are evenly matched. However, Makowska finished 7th in the individual epee in her category, compared to Zhao's gold medal in the epee. Zhao backed that up with a silver in the foil. So we've talked a little bit about on paper. The Chinese team, the 3 fencers between them, have 3 gold medals from these Paralympic Games and a silver. But only 2 of those are in the epee. Poland, not quite such a decorated Paralympics yet for their team, but they are holding their own, just 3 points behind the team of China. 3 bouts left to go. Makowska and Zhao really staying out of each other's distance at the moment and trying to find the opportune moment to close that gap and initiate an attack. Makowska just trying to edge forwards and pull a reaction from Zhao. But no one in a hurry to get the first move going. Well, it is close. And that double touch just proved that.
Well, you just said it there. No, not really bothered about the time. Well, for China anyway, but certainly Poland. Every point now counts.
Makowska equalising the individual bout score to 2 apiece. And China, as a result, still with a 3-point lead. Makowska a little quick there. And the referee handing out the warning. Really putting pressure on Zhao, and Makowska just picking Zhao off as she came forwards. And that's exactly what the Polish fencer would have been hoping for. A lovely hit there by Zhao. Bringing it back to 3-all. China now just 2 points away from winning this bout. 1 point closer.
Yeah, these are important points, aren't they? Very important, but close match.
Zhao rounds it up and finishes with a couple of nice touches there. Zhao Jingjing, 5 points to Marta Makowska's 3. Just starting to increase the lead for Poland. For China, mistake. But we've seen the scoreline between China and Poland change several times. There's the confirmation, 35 for the People's Republic of China to Poland's 30. 2 bouts remaining, but Poland are saving their strongest fencer till the end, but as are China, so the final bout could be incredibly exciting. And now we have 2 category A fencers again. Renata Burdon representing Poland on the left-hand side. Rong Jing for China on the right. Rong Jing, more of a foil specialist, having won the title in the women's individual foil in her category A. Burdon, epee and sabre, only competing in the epee. at these Paralympic Games. Just lost her mask underneath the apron. We're going towards the really tense moments in this semi-final match. These fencers will know how close it is getting to decide which team will fence again for a gold medal in the final. Rongjing getting the first point on, extending that lead.
Well, they're really pumped up now, aren't they? They really want it to double hit that time. That'll increase their lead.
Wrong, just dropping off target. Berdon using that to her advantage. Oh, Berdon trying her best to really put Poland in contention with one bout remaining after this.
Wouldn't that be something if she brought it up?
Well, these reactions from both of these fencers are just proving how exciting and tense it's getting at the end of this semi-final match. Wrong, really starting to get fired up. Only 1 point away from finishing this bout. 39-33. China lead. And China go into the final bout with a 7-point lead. Berdon started so well in this bout, really keeping up with Wrong, but Rongjing just running away with it. A 5-3 victory in the end. Great reach from Berdon. One of her 3 hits. But then Wrong started to find her groove and brought it home.
Like you said, the last match will be very interesting indeed. 40-33 to China. But strongest till last, as you said, after Friedrich against Zhao Zifeng.
So now we saw Zhou Zhifeng storm to the gold medal in the individual epee. But we've seen Marta Friedrich make a serious impact on the score in her first 2 bouts. This, the third and final bout for both of these fencers. But the final bout, most importantly, of this match. Well, Friedrich won't want to waste any more hits on double touches because that has just put China only 4 points away from the gold medal match. Poland still 11 points behind, away from that final. And now just lagging a little more. Friedrich trying to stay calm, but she knows that she cannot allow any more double touches. Marta Friedrich now 3 victories over Zhou's 2. But there's a double. Zhou celebrating. Does add another point to Friedrich's score. However, Zhou knows she only needs 2 more to win this match. Friedrich adding another single point. She still Needs 12 of them if she's going to secure the win for Poland.
Well, now you can see the chairs. Look at the chairs going, and that was a double hit. That brings China 1 point from the final. Vidrich, she's fencing so well. She really is.
On guard.
1 point away.
Brett, I'll let you down.
Well, China wrap it up. They had some pressure put on them by the team of Poland at various stages throughout that match. The final bout, Marta Vidrich actually scoring 1 more point than Zhou Zhufeng, but it didn't matter because China started with such an advantage into the final bout and win their semi-final 45 points to 39. Poland has a chance to fence again for the bronze medal. China will be battling it out for the gold.
Congratulations to Hong Kong and the People's Republic of China on moving on to the gold medal match.
Parabéns a Hong Kong, China.
We'll have confirmation shortly of the opponents that People's Republic of China will meet in that final match later on. Well, here, the result from that semi-final, just confirming. China winning by 6 points.
Amazing performance there by China. They go through to the final. And we look forward to a great final ahead.
So, the People's Republic of China, we've just seen, will now face Hong Kong, China in their final, the bronze medal match. We'll see Poland, who will have to pick themselves up from that loss, face Hungary for a chance to come home with a medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this session. We'd like to thank you for attending.
Well, there will be a break before the medal matches later on.
Gold medal matches.
Senhoras e senhores, encerramos aqui esta sessão. Gostaríamos de agradecer sua presença e esperamos revê-los
Just
às 16h.
sinking into the teams as to who they will fence next.
Well, more action still to come with all the medal matches, so join us later for more great team action. We'll see you soon.